70% of us. Okay? Right. Oh. Okay. I think the first day we talked about this. Africa is net importer of food. And in 2021, how much did we spend on food imports? Okay. More than majority, 50 billion. That's how much we spent on food imports in 2021. Okay. Right. Following the Abuja Declaration of 2006, what is the target for fertilizer consumption per hectare? What target was agreed? Okay. Wow. The majority are correct again. It's 50 kilos per hectare. I think we are nearly there. Right. According to the latest BR, the following countries were on track to achieve the Malabo goals. This is not a question about where you come from. So, or even about the next BR. This is about the one we were celebrating yesterday. And the majority got it right. Is Rwanda. How many are from Rwanda here? Please stand so that we can appreciate you again. Hey, let's appreciate Rwanda again. Let's appreciate Rwanda. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. Okay, and that's it. Right. Thank you very much. Thanks for your indulgence. Okay, tomorrow we'll do the real exam, so you better cram and make sure that tomorrow you get everything. Right, so to tell us more about what we've just looked at and even a lot more, in the next 2 days, we're going to structure conversations to the sub-themes that have been selected for this event. Today, this morning, we'll be looking at sub-theme 1, which is reflections on the last 20 years, priorities for the remaining 2 years, and what next. And I have the pleasure of inviting the moderator for this session, Dr. Hamadi Diop, who is the former supervisor technical cooperation and advisory services of AUDA NEPAD, and he will take it from here. Let's welcome Dr. Hamadi.
Thank you. I hope some of you didn't fail the exam, but the teacher is walking away, so why don't we give him a round of applause? So my name is Hamid Diop. I will be moderating this session for the next 90 minutes. The program will be structured the following. We'll have a keynote address by Mrs. Estherine Fotabong, who is the director at AUDA NEPAD. Then we will we'll have a keynote. We'll have some panelists will be coming to the front. But before Mrs. Fotabong comes to the floor, I think in the program I see that the Commission of Agriculture is giving us a 5-minute presentation. So I want to confirm with the team whether the commissioner is connected or whether she's still intervening. Can someone from the commission advise on this one before we proceed?
Dr. Hamadi, unfortunately, yes. She's on the other side of the continent in the States, so the time difference is a challenge. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the confirmation. So without further ado, let me invite Mrs. Estherine Fotabong to come to the front and give us a keynote address on reflection on the past 20 years of CADEP and the journey ahead under Malabo. Mrs. Fotabong is the Director of Agriculture, Food Security and Environmental Sustainability at the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD. Mrs. Fotabong.
Good morning. I want to thank the moderator, Dr. Diop. And of course, our last session was quite interesting and telling. That exercise and testing our knowledge, I think is something we must do all the time, and we have to do that to get that report. It helps me in actually making this presentation because that exercise already showed an excellent knowledge of all of us on what the comprehensive Africa Agricultural Development Program is. And it really gives me enormous pleasure to stand in front of all of you. So let me just say, distinguished guests, Your Excellencies who are here present, friends of CADAP, I think we all should be very, very happy today. Celebrating 20 years of a continental framework is really, and we shouldn't take it for granted. If a child was born when CADAP was adopted, that child will be an adult. The parents would, well, in Africa, they will still be at home anyway. But in Europe, they will have their own place, or you know. So we've made significant progress, and I'm pleased to see a lot of old friends who have been in this journey with us, our development partners, our technical partners, the civil society, our regional economic communities, our research institutions, the academia, and the most important ones, our member states. Really, I consider myself very, very honored to have this opportunity to just lead this reflection on CAADP at 20. It's a reflection that we all, I believe, have a lot to say. The last 3 days, we've started this conversation already. And the session that Professor Mandy facilitated, a very innovative session, which again, I think we learned a lot from that session to say we need to have that kind of interactive conversation where we open it to the floor and everybody makes a contribution, and just listening to what came out from the conversation, that was on Monday, I believe, it was very rich. So I'm just standing here, just I've been given that opportunity to just frame that conversation so that we have, as we look into the next 2 years to get us to the end of Malabo and to start the reflection of the post-Malabo conversation, we have a structured approach to undertaking that reflection of both what we did well, what we still have to do, and what in the next 2 years, and then what the post-Malabo could look like based on our experiences in the implementation of CAADP the last 2 years, the last 20 years. Beyond this session, we need to continue the reflection, engaging with different actors so that we have an inclusive process to give us the elements that will help us to define the post-Malabo agenda. So I really hope that we are starting this process, but we will have a robust reflection of the last 20 years of CAADP, which we have codenamed CAADP at 20. As we celebrate and reflect on this journey, and I think we must celebrate. We must celebrate because I do not believe, and I may be wrong, but I've worked in the African Union for a number of years now. And I think in all the African Union policy frameworks, I think CAADP has been the most successful framework in terms of its ownership by member states, in terms of the inclusive way it has been implemented at all levels, at national level, regional level, and at the continental level. It has been successful in terms of the broad range of partners who have engaged with CAADP as the framework and aligned their respective programs to the CAADP framework, be it the development partners, and that's not an easy feat to get the development partners to align their programs on agricultural transformation support to member states in the context of the the CAADP framework. So beyond the processes, even at the level of the substantive targets of CAADP, we've made significant progress. I mean, my friend and brother, Director Godfrey, in the presentation of the biennial report, did show us that we still have a long way to go, but we've also made some progress, as the BR will show, but also as the Director of GAIN, Dr. Lawrence Haddad, in his presentation 2 days ago, showed us. There are areas where, as a continent, we are above the global average, based on, as a result of CAADP implementation, and I think it's something we should be absolutely proud of. I do know that other regions of the world have tried to emulate the experience of CADAP. So we have every reason to celebrate this framework and to congratulate ourselves, because every one of us sitting in this hall here today have contributed to these achievements that we are talking about. Of course, there are things, still many things that we need to do. We've heard them. I'm not going to go into the details of everything, but I'm just going to flag a few in terms of the substantive areas of work that the last 20 years, first Maputo and then later Malabo, perhaps did not give sufficient attention to, and we might want to reflect on these areas of programmatic work. Foremost among the questions we need to answer is the persistent low productivity and the slow pace of modernization of our dominant smallholder farming systems, which has resulted in persistent food insecurity, malnutrition, poverty, and environmental degradation. Despite decades of effort, yields of key crops have remained only a fraction of those recorded in other developing regions. Only 25% of agricultural growth in Africa in the last 3 decades is attributed to productivity gains, with the rest as a result of unsustainable expansion of agricultural lands into fragile areas and forests. I think we heard this yesterday. I can remember if it was one of the ministers or parliamentarians who spoke about this. So it's an area of concern, because we don't want to have deforestation as a result of agricultural land expansion, because it only complicates the questions of climate change and other issues of other ecosystem services that these forests do provide. Now, chief among the causes of the low productivity is, of course, the growing issue of soil health crisis facing the continent. And we have been talking about the use of fertilizers, but from the African Union perspective, we don't want to have this conversation limited to the use of fertilizer. We need to have a broader conversation on the issue of soil health. And of course, how the decline in soil health has hindered agricultural productivity growth and has compromised the health of natural ecosystem that sustain lives and livelihoods. I think this point will not be new to anyone. The third challenge we have, our continent faces a deepening climate crisis that threatens food productive systems, natural ecosystems that are critical to the resilience of our food systems, key infrastructure, and the lives and health of millions of our people. Our current efforts in adaptation and resilient building are falling short of what is required to build resilient food systems. Our reflections and formulation of a post-Malabo framework will need to find answers on how we can build resilient systems that are the pace and scale that enable us to stay ahead of the changing climate. As we reflect on CADAP 20, a key area of introspection is also our approach to assessing and tracking progress and providing feedback to member states. We need to, again, reflect on the issues of accountability and governance. Of course, I think we should be celebrate the innovation that CADAP brought with the institution of the biennial review process. This process has been a source of insightful data, trends, and recommendation but it's far from perfect. The reality that many of our member states simply do not have the means to collect much of the data needed for the analytical approaches we have adopted to produce the past 3 BR reports suggests the need to revisit our approach. Equally concerning is the expert-centered and high cost of the current approach. The ministers yesterday was quite interesting that they kept saying, we have all this PhD in the room, all this expert knowledge in the room, but why do we still have the challenges that we have? I think it's a question that we must reflect on. We must reflect on the questions that the ministers put to us yesterday. Are we being too technical to the point where maybe the member states from a political economic angle cannot engage with our reports? I think this observation poses major questions on the accuracy, effectiveness, and sustainability of our current approach. We see an opportunity to explore more simplified, participatory approaches that recognize the centrality of a member state-driven process rooted in a peer review process for member states based on their own commitments, targets, in a small country cluster that shares similar contexts and aspirations. So we have something here with our BR process. We appreciate it. We acknowledge that there are more we could do. And perhaps we need to reflect and see how we build on it and make sure that we make it more user-friendly and something the member states can own and implement whatever results that comes from it, or that comes from a process where they can learn from each other, they can have a friendly critique from their peers in terms of country-to-country engagement. Colleagues, we also need more deliberate and practical ways of sharing lessons learned. It was quite interesting and enjoyable yesterday listening to the 2 ministers from Zambia. The examples include what we learned from the Zambian ministers yesterday. They spoke of regional cooperation in action and implementation in creative ways, as well as sharing of resources and skills. I think we must think about not just, I think the lesson of what I got from them yesterday is making things happen, not having one resolution after another resolution, but practical ways of ensuring that this whole ideal of regional integration and cooperation happens. So if it means, you cross over to Botswana and do your pitch there, and they come and you sign an agreement, practicality in decision-making is important. Of course, we must always have in mind that within that context, we are supporting and creating opportunities in this context for our smallholder farmers to gain from that experience of a joint venture that the ministers spoke about yesterday. So those are some of the issues that in the last 20 years as a development agency of the African Union, and the work that we do together with our brothers and sisters at the level of the Commission, and together with our partners, we have identified that these are some critical areas, and these are not exhaustive, because I expect that more will come out from the conversation we are having today and tomorrow and beyond this CADA-PP. But these are the areas that we think are critical, that we must consciously engage with them and reflect on them so that we build them in as best as we can in the next 2 years, but more importantly, in what will emerge as a framework for post-Malabo. We've learned a lot of lessons as we've implemented CAADP. The first lesson from the transformation of our agricultural sector through CAADP is the power of a coordinated and comprehensive approach. I think if there's one thing that has been glaringly clear, that we cannot talk about an agricultural sector. I think the move of thinking and the food system approach is quite appropriate, because we need to engage not only along the value chain, but with other sectors that are critical for agricultural transformation and food system transformation in our countries. CAADP has benefited from the power of a coordinated and comprehensive approach. We recognize that to this effect, this has effected real change. We needed to address agriculture holistically. It wasn't just about increasing yields, but also about improving access to resources, enhancing market linkages, and creating a favorable policy environment. The success of CAADP underscores the importance of considering the entire agricultural value chain and addressing the multifaceted challenges our smallholder farmers face. And that's a lesson that obviously must guide us as we design the next phase. But in the next 2 years, as we design programs to support implementation, we must think of integrated programs. Another crucial lesson is the significance in investing in smallholder farmers who form the backbone of our agricultural sector. Through targeted support and capacity building, we have seen that when provided with the right tools, knowledge, and resources, smallholder farmers can achieve remarkable results. And really, it doesn't have to always be big money. It doesn't have to be always big money. I think resources and inputs, even at smaller scales, can help these farmers to grow their businesses. Our colleagues from IFAD are here, and I think they can attest to this very well. The work that we are doing, sometimes with WFP through the school feeding program, can attest to this. The small support that you give to farmers in terms of capacity building, in terms of input, can help them to increase their production and productivity. And the markets that these schools provide gives them some way to sell their goods. So these are small but incremental things that make big difference in terms of building resilience of not only the farmers, but the whole system. The fourth thing we've also learned is policy coherence. The need for policy coherence across sectors, including agriculture, health, education, nutrition, is highlighted as a critical factor for achieving sustainable results. Aligning policies can have a profound impact on reducing hunger and improving food security. So really, celebrating these two together this week is not just by coincidence, but is to illustrate in a very practical way that we need to integrate these agendas, not only food and nutrition, but other agendas, food and climate, food and finance, food and infrastructure. We need to be able to integrate these agendas to be able to deliver results. And I think if we have learned anything the last 20 years, is that this policy coherence and integration is critical. Collaboration, the fifth point, my fifth point in lessons is collaboration and regional cooperation. CAADP achievement has been possible through sharing knowledge, resources, and best practice with neighboring countries and global partners. We have done quite well, and it gives me immense pride and pleasure that the CAADP PP has survived and is thriving. striving, as we can see from the presence of everyone in this room. These mechanisms that we have set up must continue because we need to be able to learn from one another, because it's an agenda that cannot and should not be implemented by any one institution or member state. My fourth point in the lesson is data-driven and evidence-based decision-making. The importance of evidence-based decision-making and the need to revisit data collection and analysis processes, moving towards, as I mentioned earlier, perhaps a more politically driven process, while still relying on robust evidence is critical for effective policy implementation. So what we have established in the BR process is still very relevant, but how we need to strengthen it to make sure that the data collection process is robust is something we must reflect on. And of course, my last point is resilience to new challenges. The importance of building resilience to new challenges. We saw the COVID crisis and the impact it had in our abilities to farmers to farm. We've seen the Ukraine-Russian crisis and the ability for us to get the inputs that we need for farmers to use to increase their production and productivity. And there are others, and there will be others. Of course, there's climate change, and there will be others. But we need, therefore, to have that ability to build resilience to new challenges. CAADP, therefore, must stay ahead of these challenges, must be framed and structured in a way that we can adapt and develop new strategies for building resilient food systems. So the design in itself, as we look at post-Malabo and as we reflect the next years, must frame it in a way that is flexible enough for us to be able to respond to these emerging issues. So colleagues, as we celebrate CAADP at 20, we are hopeful, we are happy, and we can give ourselves a pat on the back that as a continent, we have done well, but we can do better. And as I conclude, the next session probably will go into more detail, but there's a few issues, just a random list of strategic issues that I believe we might reflect on in this CAADP at 20 dialogue, but continue to reflect on these things beyond this CAADP PP. And I will just group them into perhaps 5 areas, really the strategic orientation of the post-Malabo agenda. What do we want it to be? We had the Maputo era, we've had the Malabo area. What will be the post-Malabo area orientation for CAADP? Having in mind the issues that we have mentioned of mobilizing commitment towards financing and investment for agriculture and food system transformation in our member states and continent at large. Having in mind a CAADP process that is lighter but more effective in its rolling out, in its domestication process. Having in mind that perhaps we need to be shifting from a data-heavy accountability process to a political process. The second area of reflection will be on agricultural transformation and smallholders. We may need to reflect on what does it mean, what is the change in perception of the agri-food system? How do we ensure that farmers, smallholder farmers, see positive results in their engagement of agriculture or farming as a business? How do we embrace innovation, knowledge sharing, and learning? Today we are dealing with the AIs. We cannot pretend we are not living in this world. So what will be the impact of artificial intelligence in agriculture and agri-food systems? We must reflect on these questions. How do we go about the domestication of CAADP? Are the knives, will they remain the tools? or the mechanisms through which we domesticate CADEP? How do we improve on them, on their management? How do we improve on the BR process? And lastly, as I mentioned, how do we incorporate various concerns? I've mentioned a few of them, and I'm sure there are others: the issue of incorporating nutrition and climate change, the issue of involving the private sector and the non-state actors, the issue of food and soil health, the issue of food and finance, and the issue of the evolving market dynamics, and lastly, the important role that research should play in the issue of agri-food transformation in our member states. Colleagues, friends, I think it was 2 days ago, and I'm closing here, there was a dinner that was organized in honor of this event. And there was a question that was asked, I think it was our colleague from the ministry, what is food? I think they asked the definition of food, what he wanted an answer. And I thought, well, many of us, people were relaxing and enjoying and had a few beers or wine or something like that. And you asked that very important question. So it was very interesting, the responses that came. But I've been thinking about it. And I want to leave you with this as we reflect today, tomorrow, and the next 1.5 years to design the new post-Malabo framework. Food, for me, is not just sustenance. It is the very essence of life and the foundation of a thriving business. If we can put those two components together, then we'll be able to define a process that ensures that we feed ourselves, have food sovereignty, but also make good money from that process. So let us move forward with renewed determination and hope as we embark on the next chapter of the CADAP journey. We do it together for posterity. I believe that we are all honored. I personally think I'm very honored to be able to contribute to this process. And for all of us here, we must consider this as a legacy project. I'm so pleased to see so many young people here today, because most of us will be passing that baton to them. And I'm very encouraged to see their dynamism. And what we are designing as a post-Malabo framework will most likely not be implemented by us. It will be implemented by these young people. So they must, and I insist on the word must, contribute and participate in the design of the next Malabo framework, as well as the implementation of actions the next 2 years. I thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Fotabong, for this very comprehensive address. Can we give her another round of applause, please? Last week when I was on my way coming here, my 13-year-old daughter asked me, what is CADEP? So it was difficult for me to explain to her all those technical issues. So I told her, look, we need to eat, but for us to eat, we need to produce. For us to produce, we need to invest. But if we eat, whatever is left over, we need to sell. That's access to market. But we have to make sure that all this thing is done in such a way that it will last forever. So these are your 5 commitments of CADEP. So I just want you to keep that in mind while I'm calling my my panelists. My first panelist is Dr. Bahigwa, who is the current Director of Agriculture at the African Union Commission. My second panelist is Dr. Kofi Amegbeto from FAO. If he's here, I would like him to join us. My third panelist is Dr. Naleshibo from RENAPRI. She's the Executive Director of RENAPRI. My fourth panelist is Dr. Olumingwe John, who is a senior fellow, Felicity. We were criticized yesterday that we have too many doctors in this room. So this platform is not an exception. So let me invite Mr. Mafa Chipeta from FAO. If he's around, I invite him to join us. Okay, Mr. Mafa is here. So the way I would like to structure the panel is the following. I will try to be very provocative in terms of the question I will be asking. So you have to be patient with me. I will try to interrogate some of the assumptions that we have. Mostly some of the assumption we have at the level of ambition, and see whether we have met the expectation on those ambitions. Then we'll deep down into different thematic issues and see how we have performed, what lesson we can draw from it, and what would be the way forward. So let me start with Mr. Mafa, who was the former director at Department of Technical Cooperation of FAO. Mr. Mafa, for someone who operated at the forefront and whose institution helped formulate the CADEP and supported also its adoption through the Maputo Declaration. I can guarantee you there are a lot of people in this room who just hear about the 10% allocation of budget expenditure and the 6% investment in that will lead to 6% growth in agricultural productivity so that we can meet our food security. So were those numbers first realistic? Did they match the vision and the ambition we had at the time? And how have we done so far in terms of meeting those two commitments?
Hello. Is it coming through? Or I have to hold it in my hand? I think this will probably work well enough. I'm not very good at holding mics, so I think I may stick with this. Yeah, I find handheld mics difficult. Firstly, thank you to the organizers for giving me a chance to participate in this forum as a panelist. I was indeed the NEPAD focal point who orchestrated FAO support to the African Union as it moved towards the 2003 Maputo Declaration. I continue to serve well beyond that. I am, in fact, from the fossil age of CADEP, but I'm happy enough to play that role. The Maputo 10% budget goal to be done within 5 years in order to achieve 6% annual agricultural growth was indeed adopted with a certain enthusiasm by the countries of Africa. But it was adopted as a means to an end. The end is reflected in the 6%, which was to be the agricultural growth achieved in a continent where many countries had population growing at 3%. So that would have meant a 3% net increase per annum in agriculture production. The question of adequacy, you already have made your own judgments, given that we do not have that 3% age as of now. The origin of the proposal for 10% budget was the FAO Director General of the time, Dr. Diouf, who convinced the African Union heads of government and state. But in the end, the adoption of 10% was a political one. It was the politically feasible level at which to set the goal. I've attended other AU meetings where in the health sector, they said health is so important, we should get 25% of the budget. And they were just laughed out of the room. They say it's not realistic. Even if it may sound like a good way to address a challenge, it is not realistic to call for 25%. So in agriculture, 10% was accepted. The next observations I want to make are to do with adequacy of these goals and whether they match with needs. Yesterday, we had exciting presentations by Zambia, the vice president, 2 ministers. They were very action-oriented. They were very optimistic about what they can achieve. They were ambitious enough to almost rename CADIP to transformation. Today, we had a rundown on what has happened in the first 20 years from the keynote address by Ms. Fortabong, which communicated quite a lot about progress, in fact, things to be proud of on matters of process, on matters of institutions, structures for action, but not so much on action itself. I'm caught between these two extremes, and I ask you to bear with me as I make some observations. With hindsight, I think the 10% target alone was never likely to be ambitious enough. Indeed, it was mismatched with Africa's very deep needs for agricultural development. Africa was way behind in the pyramid of the world scale of achievement in agriculture, nutrition, etc. So that alone would never have been enough, but it was a step ahead, and that we should not discount. Among other things, a weakness of the 10% goal is that it reflects a certain belief that simply by erasing a government budget, you can move agriculture forward, which is not correct. If formulated today, and maybe we could think of reflecting this when we do the next stage of Malabo, we could end up with asking the countries to immediately reach 10% of the government budget, but then go beyond government. We should adopt policy and strategic incentives for commercial private sector investment in this sector. We should go further. We should mobilize smallholders and their communities for higher production, while adopting measures to create and stabilize rewarding markets. In the end, the success of agriculture depends on those who are in the farming value chains, including processing and so on, earning enough to reinvest. It's not government doling out money year after year. The sector has to be profitable enough to reinvest in its own renewal, the transformation that the Zambians were talking about yesterday. As I said earlier, CADIP actions have not matched even the modest Maputo ambitions, which, even if fully delivered upon, would not have sufficed to transform Africa into a leading agricultural power on the world stage. Africa has lacked the pride to put down the first money to invest in agriculture under CADIP. Far too often, African countries have crossed their arms and awaited donors to fund the projects that they prepare. You cannot subcontract development, but this is what we have tried to do. to our loss. Secondly, I have served in the post-CADIP era as FAO representative in 2 countries in Africa, and I've been sub-regional coordinator for 9 countries of Eastern Africa, of the Horn of Africa. In some of these situations, I've been interacting with parliamentary committees on agriculture. They helped pass the budget for agriculture, including worrying about the 10% Maputo ambition. I can assure you that more often than it should have been the case, when government people, including parliamentarians, see that donor money has been secured, they reduce the allocation of local money. So instead of the local money being, say, 5%, and donor money making it up to 10%, when donor money has come in at 6%, they will reduce the national input to 2%. That is a danger that we have trapped ourselves into. Almost no country, so far as I know, has created institutional bodies to boost and sustain investment and funding for agriculture. Gaddafi proposed at Sirte that there should be an Africa-wide funding mechanism that was to be reflected at national level. At both of those levels, it has not happened. Now, let me ask you, Mr. Moderator, do you want me to continue or should I not?
No, let me give the opportunity to my to the other panelists also to contribute, because we are short of time. We started late, and I don't want the program to be delayed. But I'll come back to your points. The issue of 10% is well taken, and then the comment you made are really to the point that we have not much yet the level of our ambition, and the ambition should have been higher. Let me now go to the director of the commission, and who is my friend also, Dr. Bahigwa. Dr. Bahigwa, as your role as the director of the African Union Commission, and really with extensive involvement in CADEP, because you started at the national level as a focal point of CADEP, then you went to RISAX and worked on issue of implementation. But what's most important is, like, over the last 8 years, you have been really overseeing at the continental level everything that deals with CADEP. So in your view, what are really the main reflection and key achievement looking back 20 years? I'm sorry, I'm not just going to limit you to the last 8 years, but I'll take you back to 20 years because you have been involved in this for quite some time. And then also, what are maybe some of the lessons you can share with us, and then some of the reflection on way forward. I know Madam Fotabong gave us like some key pointers to reflect on, but also I want to have your view on those.
Yes, thank you. First of all, to appreciate the Mentimeter people this morning. I think that was a good innovation. And like Estherine said, we should have this at every PP. And I would like to work with them for tomorrow morning's session. I have a question that I would like to propose to you participants to give us your views on. All right, now to your question. I think, having listened to the keynote speech by Estherine this morning, she really touched on many of the points that I had. So we do share, in any case we talk, so we do share some of these perspectives, but let me give three key ones, reflecting on what I have done to support CADAP in the last 10 plus years. And again, this one I'm paraphrasing Esterine's point. I really believe that we have done well to be consistent as a continent around the CADAP agenda. So that consistent of messaging and political leadership has helped us not to waver too much, and not to have too many diverse views around what we need to do to transform agriculture on the continent. And I keep thinking that I think we have had two opportunities around that. One is Agenda 2063. So having Agenda 2063 in which CAADP is embedded has helped to solidify our consistency around the CAADP agenda. Because 2063 is now 40 years to go. And until the member states change that, we are all aligned to the same vision of Agenda 2063. And CAADP being part of that helps us to make the point that we don't want too much wavering around agri transformation on the continent. I remember leading towards the UN Food Systems Summit in 2021. We had some temperature rising, and I cannot tell you how many calls I received where people were asking, has the food systems come to replace CAADP? Because this was a global movement. There was a lot of discussion at country level and so on. So, and we were very clear, we said absolutely not. The food systems moment is welcome, but we are going to remain steadfast on CAADP. The pathways in the Food Systems Summit are meant to energize the implementation of the CAADP agenda. So we have been very steadfast on that, and that has been very helpful. So that's point number one. Point number two, again, from my days from research into the African Union, the increased reliance on technical support from Africans, from African institutions. To me, this is a huge achievement. In the early days, there was a lot of reliance on technical support from the Western world. But in the last 20 years, I see clearly that all the policy frameworks that we have developed them with African professionals. And these professionals are resident on the continent, but some of them are in international organizations, but they are still African citizens. That is not something that you can take lightly. And the CAADP annual review report or mechanism is one of the stellar examples that I can give. The African Union, meaning the Commission plus ODA NEPAD, we will never have enough or adequate human capacity. In my directorate, which I lead, the established positions are 25. So at the moment, there are only 3 out of 25 staff. 3. But we are able to produce the annual review report. How do we do it? We rely on the technical expertise in African research institutions, think tanks, universities, to be able to do it. And I think that is a sustainable model to work with. Because even if I had all the 25 staff, that would basically mean less than half a person per member state. Yeah. So never shall we have adequate capacity. So this model that we have developed to rely on existing African expertise in our think tanks, universities, creating a network of people is something that we have done very well as a continent. Now, all we need to do is to ensure that we have a deliberate recruitment process of young people so that the current experts, as they retire or even move on, we still have a crop of young people from universities, from research institutions, those with masters, young PhDs, to come and start replacing that slowly. We have to have that purposeful approach to capacity building. And we have also seen the desire by these African professionals to contribute is immense. If you ask me, we are actually not mobilizing them enough. But whoever we mobilize, they are willing and ready to contribute. And if you were to ask me, we actually get them, I don't know, what I should say, we actually get them on the cheap. If you were to value the time that the university professors leave to contribute the annual review, the experts from the think tanks, if you were to value the time that they contribute, we probably get them for less than $100 a day. And yet, if they get private consultancies, it's $500, $600 a day, and so. So the desire for them to contribute is immense, and we have seen that over the years increasing, and we need to continue with that. My third point, and last on this one, that I see as a continent we have achieved is this CADAP annual review mechanism. It is a unique one. It is unique, and it has emerged as the main reference document now if you want to understand Africa's journey towards agriculture and food systems transformation. It is the reference document. Yesterday you saw Professor Haddad in his presentation. He beamed the CADAP annual review. That was not available before. He would be screening something produced by the World Bank, okay? But now people are referring to a result or a document that is produced by this continent. That is not a mean feat to achieve in us. I mean as a continent. So we have provided leadership, AUC and ODA NEPAD, in ensuring, and again, as Esterine said, the implementation of the CADAP mechanism has been unique. It's probably one decision that has been religiously implemented across the continent. Since 2017, following the declaration where the member states asked the Commission and ODA NEPAD to track and report every 2 years, starting 2017, it was that specific, and we have not faltered. We did that in 2017, 2019, 2021, and now 2023, religiously and on time. It does not happen anywhere in any of the decisions of the continent. So this is also something that should not be taken for granted. That consistency has been something to be proud of. So I don't know if you want me to talk about the futuristic parts now, or I'll come back later. But those were my 3 points reflecting in the last.
Hold on the next 3 points for a second round. Let me give the opportunity to the other panelists for the sake of time to intervene. We take note on the messaging issue and leadership, the food system issue that you highlighted, the reliance on support of technical networks, and then the BR and the leadership that the African Union has provided. So the next set of questions I would like to do the following. We have seen the level of ambition. We have looked at what's happening on at the continental level vis-a-vis the leadership. And yet, over the last 2 days, people are telling us there is no food on the table. So things are not happening on the ground. So the question is why? So let me maybe turn to Dr. Nalishibo Mebelo and see whether she can address some of these following issues. So I know you have dedicated several years to COMESA Secretariat as a part of the regional CADEP team. So you are new to CADEP, and your initial objective and primary objective was to encourage member states to embrace and really implement CADEP. Then following this road, you transitioned to the new alliance, where also you focused on facilitating really policy reforms. And now you are on the side of research, where you're managing a network of agricultural research, working on policy. So in light of your extensive experience, I would like to ask you to reflect on the valuable lesson you have gained, but also give us maybe your take on how we have engaged smallholder farmers and youth in the CADEP process, and what kind of results we can celebrate today.
Okay. Thank you, moderator. So because I'm speaking for the first time, I've seen Godfrey speak quite a number of times. So because I'm speaking for the first time, allow me to recognize important people in the room. So obviously, representatives from the government of the Republic of Zambia. We have some MPs, legislators here in the room. I want to recognize them. African Union Commission, AUDA NEPAD, and also to congratulate you for commemorating the Africa Day for Food and Nutrition Security, and of course the 19th CADAP PP. I attended the third, that was my first, and I have been attending many CADAP partnership platforms. Now, because CADAP, this is a partnership platform, allow me to also recognize our partners and stakeholders who are in the room. It is because of you that CADAP actually is being actualized. So yes, moderator, I have been part of the CADAP processes for close to 2 decades. When I met CADAP, I was 40 years old, at the tail end of being a youth. So I leave you, the mathematicians there, to try and figure out how old I am. Never judge a book by the cover. So yes, I've been part of this journey for 2 decades. And when I hear the voices of people like my uncle, I'm calling him my uncle, I can't call him my brother, Dr. Ibrahim Asane Mayaki, celebrating the resilience of CADAP, I remain encouraged that one day we will get it right. I know we are still thinking that, I heard people say we are moving in the wrong direction. We shouldn't be saying that, right? We need to speak positively into Africa's development. If we continue with a negative narrative about agriculture development in Africa, that is what sticks in our head, that we cannot do it, we are moving in the wrong direction, and so on. I come from a group of Christians who say what you speak into your life is what manifests. So my message is, let's stop being negative about our processes. Let's talk positively. Let's dream about things and believe that we are actually being positive. So I'll start there. So in responding to your question, in terms of how is CADAP engaging, how has it engaged smallholders, the youth, and I'll also include women over the years in the agenda towards strengthening the continent's food system. I want you to take a look. I like to be practical. Take a look at this panel. Just take a look at it. Okay? So I leave it to you to think about how we actually have been engaging. I am the one woman sitting on this panel. I don't see any young people sitting on this panel. I am not young myself. Okay? So this is the picture, if you want me to answer the question. This is the picture. I don't even see a smallholder farmer. Well, I mean, I can pass as a smallholder farmer, but I don't remember when I last even did any production. So I'm just saying this is the picture, how CADAP has been engaging smallholder farmers, but smallholder farmers, women and youth. However, like I said, we need to be positive, okay? So the picture has not been completely bleak. If I can use the baseline, and our researchers talk about baselines. The baseline before CADAP is that smallholder farmers, women, the youth were never at the table when policies for agriculture were being designed, when programs were being designed. These were designed by experts in the ministries. They would sit and design programs for agriculture. Or we had development partners, donors, technical institutions also designing programs for agriculture for Africa, because they had a mandate, their resources had a mandate, okay? But today we are talking about smallholder farmers involved and being engaged in CADAP. And we've seen the launch of new associations around smallholder farmers. We've seen smallholder farmers organizing themselves better. Because in the beginning, the story was, oh, well, how can we engage you when you are not organized? So we've seen our smallholder farmers being organized, launching associations that are falling under umbrellas such as SACAU, the East African Farmers Federation. We have PAFO. And when we talk about women, young women, we saw one of the presidents of PAFO actually coming from a young woman farmer in Uganda. So I did say there are some positives that have happened. Elizabeth Nsimadala was the president of PAFO. That happened because of CADIP, right? So over the years, of course, women began to see that they were being left out in the CADIP agenda. Some of you remember this statement, your NAIP's agenda silent, right? So eventually, we began to see gender mainstreaming in the CADIP framework. We saw CADIP gender frameworks being developed at regional level. We saw indicators being developed around issues concerning women, but the youth were not yet, remember I'm doing my own reflection, the youth were not yet present in the CADIP processes. But of course, over the years, we then began to see young people's voices rising. In CADIP, we saw the launch of the CADIP Youth Network, and the rest is history, because yesterday we saw the launch of another youth network, and we've seen how young people have actually become involved in the CADIP processes over time. So I think for me, I am pleased to actually see that there is that opportunity for smallholder farmers to be engaged in the CADIP agenda through the establishment of those associations that I'm talking about. I want to talk about one issue before I hand it back to you, Mr. Moderator. Not too long ago, the Commissioner for Rural Economy and Agriculture was in a place called what is that place? Baba Dioulasso, I think. Where is it in Bobo Dioulasso? Some place called Bobo Dioulasso. In which country again? Burkina Faso. And there she was launching this agenda of putting the hoe in the museum. Who actually farms using the hoe? Is it mostly men or women? It is mostly our women. And those of us who have seen many years, many decades in our lives, know exactly what things like that do to the back. Those poor women, And so it was interesting to see this launch of putting the hoe in the museum. I know the first person who spoke about it was the former chairperson of the African Union, Madame Zuma. But I think the commissioner of Derbe took that forward and then launched this whole agenda of putting the hoe in the museum so that we begin to mechanize, help women actually mechanize. So I know I did say earlier on and give you this scenario here as being the case for CADIP, which it actually is. I'm actually saying that we are moving forward because there is sensitivity to smallholder farmers in the CADIP framework. There is sensitivity to the role of women at all levels, and there's also sensitivity to the role of young people. Now, my one last point is that I heard somebody say yesterday that we need to change the narrative, right? That is not enough. Changing the narrative is not enough. We need to do what Dr. Bahigwa has said here, to begin to mentor young people to take over from us. It is time. It is time. It is not just about changing the narrative, the same people sitting here and leading this agenda. In the next post-Malabo, let us talk about a deliberate mentoring program for young to take over from us, not just changing the narrative.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me, there is one lingering question that I have. As I said early on, we have reached a point where the policies are good, the processes are good, the planning is good, everything, we congratulating ourselves that everything is good. And yet, we are 1.2 billion now. It took Europe 150 years to double its population. Ours is doubling in the next 30 years. We're paying $50 billion in food import now. So how are you going to do? in the next, let's say 30 years to feed maybe an additional 1.x billion. So I know Dr. Abek Beto is from FAO. I know his organization has been involved in food and agriculture for quite some time. So I want just to challenge him that maybe in his view, why haven't us been doing enough on food to bring food on the table? What is not working at the moment? Why do we have to be in this situation at the moment? We always congratulate ourselves saying we have 60% of the arable land, we have a lot of water, all those kind of things here, we have all the ingredients, but what is going wrong somewhere?
All right. Good morning, colleagues. All protocol observed. Thank you, moderator, for the question. First, I want to thank the organizers for having FAO on this panel. And indeed, FAO is the UN agency in charge of food and agriculture. And also the mandate is to make sure all people get healthy and nutritious food for an active life and a healthy life. Let me say that FAO interventions focus on providing guidance, assistance, and also technical assistance, and also policy support in globally. And in terms of implementing programs and policies, countries are in the driving seat. And particularly for FAO as a membership organization, every 2 years, there is what we call FAO, or what we call Africa Regional Conference, which gathers all the ministers of the member states to review what FAO is doing and guide or identify priorities for FAO to things that FAO should be doing in the region. So this is repeated every 2 years, with member state being in the driving seat. Indeed, as my senior Mr. Mafa said, FAO was part and parcel of the development of the CADEP since 2003, and also Malabo Declaration in 2014. Now, I would like to make few observations, at least 2 or 3, to address the question. As it has been said yesterday and all along, probably the first observation is maybe we are too focused on processes. And then the second observation is on maybe too little time, not much resources to implement. And then the last aspect of my observation is that how countries are prepared to manage risk. We have many risks, many factors affecting agriculture sector and people. Climate change, pandemics, you name it, economic shock, you name it. So how countries are prepared to manage this risk? So these 3 observations, those are some of the elements. And if you allow me, let's go through quickly together the business model of, say, Malabo domestication. Now, Malabo was adopted in 2014. Who can tell me how long it took for the first set of countries to have a knife as the first step of domestication of the Malabo? Of course, in all these countries, something is ongoing. But because we wanted a change through the declaration, when you have a new target, so we want whatever countries were doing to change those things in a different way. So how long it took for the first batch of countries to have an investment plan, agricultural investment plan? You don't have to go very far. The first batch of countries, Malawi, Rwanda, Ghana, it took them 2 years to have a new agricultural investment plan. So after 2 years, the plan is ready. We need to implement. Resources are not there. We need to look at mobilized resources, maybe from the private sector, maybe from the donor community. If you want the private sector to come in, well, the investment plan is there. It's not yet, it has to be, it is a plan. So it has to be translated into, a feasible, project. You have the private sector on the side, ready to invest, but from the plan, you cannot just go and invest. You need to do some feasibility analysis. That can take at minimum another year. When that is completed, then we look into implementation. My colleague Godfrey has mentioned. AU, his department is going through some capacity constraints. I will not say less for the majority of many ministries that are in charge to implement these investment plans. So there are capacity issues at country level. There are resource issues at country level. So in a nutshell, we want to change, but by the time we get the plan, the resources, and so forth, and start, working, acting for the change, it's maybe more than 5 years. And then few years later, we want to see how well we have done. So the answer is clear. The second point, well, let me say this. So in a given country, when your undernourishment is at 20%, the prevalence is at 20%. And you want to change that. But it takes you 5 years to start implementing your investment plan. You expect the undernourishment to be going up while you have not acted. So it is obvious why, undernourishment, malnutrition keeps increasing over the years. Let me also talk briefly about another aspect. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement, also adopted in after the Malabo Declaration, which targeted tripling intra-regional trade. Then, of course, with FAO support and other partners, the African Union developed a framework for boosting trade, intra-regional trade. And this agreement entered into effect in 2019. So that's how many years after the Malabo? 2014, 2019. So from there, okay, most countries ratified the agreement. And up to today, only few countries are piloting the free agreement through trading few, commodities. So let me say that, well, for the post-Malabo, we can take another look at this business model, which make countries take 4, 5, 6 years before action can start. For trade, for example, we have the regional economic integration, regional economic communities that are also in charge of integration. Some of the role or the task that they execute is, facilitating, trade. It is possible to entrust that action, that function to the rest. And as we have heard yesterday or even today, we can promote trade in a more easy way, as the experience of Zambia was shown yesterday. Now, on the aspect of risk management, I will not, I think I've taken enough time, but let me just ask the question. How many countries are prepared, say with food reserve, sufficient food reserve, or even capital, financial resources to sustain 1 year of crisis, or 2 years of crisis, maybe 3 years? How many African countries? So these are the issues I think I want to highlight. The ball is in our court. We can do better. We are not, nobody is blaming or bashing the CADEP process or the CADEP framework. I think the issue is we can do better. CADEP is still relevant. Let's see how we can change this business model so that we can accelerate action. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Amegbeto. I think what is the overall thread that is coming out of the panel is that we focus too much on process, and we are having challenges making things happen on the ground. And that's a major takeaway and a lesson in terms of moving forward. I have asked a question on how we can erase those 50 billion on food import. I don't seem to get an answer yet, but let me just move to the next panelist. I know Dr. John work for an institution that has been a very important technical partner of the African Union in driving basically the CADEP agenda. So you have encountered as a scientist with CADEP way back. You have been even involved in the CADEP process during the Maputo era. So since then you have been actively mobilizing science to support evidence-based planning, implementation, and accountability. But also, there is an issue also I want you also to reflect in your intervention, because I know you work extensively on the issue of value chains and the like. I want you also to tell us, based on your experience, whether you are witnessing some changes from the private sector investment and agribusiness side, and whether there are some lessons that we can learn from the last 20 years of implementation of CADEP. Over.
Thank you, Madi. Yes, I was hired 16 years ago at my research institute based in Washington, D.C. to support CADEP. And I think in the process I lost my hair, but that's all right. So the question that I keep hearing back then and still now, what is the value addition of CADEP? You know, what is new? What does it add to what it's already been going on in countries? I think among the many innovations, I will focus on the promotion of the cultural evidence-based policymaking culture. And from my perspective, the story of CADEP can be crafted as the search, perpetual search for that optimal path from policies to development outcome. And that is, you know, I know sometimes we think that there is a linear path. You know, when you invest something, you should expect some other things to happen. Unfortunately, when you look at the story of CADEP, it's not so obvious. And of course, as in any search for optimal path, for the most effective, the most efficient path, you need to start somewhere. I know many people laughed at the 10% budget allocation to achieve 6% growth and ultimately reduce poverty by 50%. That was the very simple way of summarizing the CADEP when it started. But then we learned that all African countries are not the same. 10% budget allocation for South Africa is not the same as 10% budget allocation for Burkina. So we needed to contextualize that into, that's one. Second, that not all investment are the same. So it's not only allocating 10% budget for agriculture that matters, but how do you invest those 10% budget allocation? If you put that in extension, or you put that in seed, you put that in mechanization, or you pay salaries, you will end with different development outcome. That's very important. Even the 6% agriculture growth, not all the 6% agriculture growth are the same. You can achieve 6% agriculture growth without reducing poverty by half. One of the case study used to be Burkina Faso. Burkina did for some time achieve the 6% agriculture growth, but at the same time, we saw increase in poverty rate. What happened in Burkina during that time, much of the growth was coming from cotton, which was exported, and the money was not going back to the communities. So yes, they achieved 6% growth, but it was not the type of growth to allow the country to achieve, to reduce poverty by 50%, which meant then that we needed to also take care of the quality of our growth. How do you grow? And I think Zambia is one of the countries back in 2028, 2029, where we had to do a typology, a complete typology of all the crops, all the livestock, fisheries, and link them to the potential for poverty reduction, potential for food security, potential for employment as well. And for countries like DRC, the country is too big to be considered as a monolithic, to have a monolithic program. So we had to disaggregate the country into different provinces, and each DRC province is as good as a country. So we learn in that process. Now, when Malabo Declaration really opened further the box of the pathways, from interventions to development outcomes. With Malabo Declaration, now we know that there are multiple pathways. Malabo Declaration brought the issue of youth. I heard, we have, even it's one of the commitment that I lead personally, the commitment number 4, the issue of youth. Malabo Declaration brought the issue of gender, specifically women empowerment into food system, the issue of trade, the issue of resilience, just to open the box. And then on the development outcomes, it went beyond just the poverty reduction. Now we have food security, we have nutrition, we have the issue of trade that I mentioned. So yes, throughout the process of CADEP process, we are learning, and believe it or not, today there is a RESAX Asia, right? RESAX is that regional strategic analysis and knowledge support system, which is the technical arm that supporting AUC and AUDA NEPAD, which was established since 2006. So it means it's of course those, I'm maybe pitching for my church here on the research side, but it's very important because in the process we built a lot of a wealth of knowledge in terms of data by Africans, for Africans. Or today, if you go to the RESAX website. You will access, often it was like to do an analysis or to draft. 3 weeks ago, I was asked by the parliamentarian to draft a piece on the nutrition-based trade. I didn't go far. I drew from the existing database for the parliamentarian, because they need, in what they are doing, they need evidence as well to follow what the government is implementing in the countries and in the regions. So yes, we are learning, and hopefully at some point we will find that those optimal path, those most efficient path, most effective path on how to address the issues of trade, those 50, let me maybe finish there. The $50 billion, many don't know that there is a CAP initiative, Comprehensive Africa Agro-Parks Initiative. How that came to be? Because of the result of the very first BR report, which highlighted the fact that African countries are failing to achieve the commitment number 5 on intra-Africa trade. And the reason that we are not trading between ourselves, because of that, there is the middle portion, the processing component of the food system that is missing. You cannot trade. There is no incentive to trade if we are all producing the same thing, the same maize, the same rice, the same cassava. So we need a level of processing, but that is missing. But how do we address that? At the African Union level, they came up with that initiative, which is supposed to boost the processing component of African food system. Yes, we are not there yet, but we are making progress. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we are really constrained by time, so I'm gonna make one exception and give the mic to the director. Maybe ask him to give us few reflections on his view on moving forward.
Yes, thank you, moderator, for your generosity. So I will also be quick and save you time. So I will run through, without explanation, 6 messages going forward. Number 1, in the next phase of CADAP, we must maintain the biennial review mechanism. It has stood the test of time. We must take it forward. Number 2, nobody can predict the future. And we have seen that between 2014 and now, COVID happened. Nobody had predicted COVID. Nobody predicted the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Nobody predicted the 7 coups that have happened on this continent. And that is all within that 1 decade. So I think in the next decade, we should build in flexibility to review the declaration, because we have now been stuck with the Malabo Declaration for 10 years and we cannot change it. And yet the environment in which we are operating is changing. So think about that. Number 3 is investment in national data M&E systems. Very, very important to underpin credibility of the monitoring system, but also having a strong base for evidence policy making. Number 4, strengthening accountability platforms, especially dialogue around agro transformation at country level. I'm happy to see the evolution of the parliamentary group. That was something that we have always dreamed to have. The non-state actors, the media, we need to have them involved in national discussions, especially when the biennial review report is released, so that we can have credible debates at country level. Number 5, and again, I think it was in Esterin's call, sharing best practices. Listening to the ministers yesterday, but also we had this request before. We need to have either use the CADA PP or establish another platform specifically for countries to share the best practices and lessons that they are learning so that other countries can learn from them. Last, learning from the Malabo Declaration, and I think also Kofi touched on this. In the post-adoption of the Maputo Declaration, we had an aggressive effort to domesticate the CADAP into national and regional ag investment plans. And that's how you ended up with over 48 countries signing CADAP compacts and holding business plans. That did not take place in the post-Malabo adoption. So I want to appeal that ahead of the post-Malabo agenda, let's plan to have an aggressive program to domesticate the post-Malabo agenda once it is adopted, so that what countries implement will actually be based on the priorities in that post-Malabo agenda. Back to you.
Thank you, Director. So with your indulgence, I will maybe ask maybe 2 comments, not questions. Okay, I can't even ask comments from the floor. Okay, so I think we'll end it here. So let me just make maybe 1 or 2 points. The first point is that there are a lot of lessons that we can learn from the CADEP implementation of the last 2 decades. Some of them are very good lessons. Some of them deal with the processes of CADEP. So we have strengthened the planning system. We have strengthened the CADEP processes. We have domesticated the CADEP into different countries. Countries have embraced it, and countries are investing in it. The investment is not enough because the private sector is not fully engaged. The second message that I'm taking from this is that we have like many issues in terms of the different constituencies that are involved in the CADEP. Those constituencies are being more organized. The smallholder farmers are better organized now than they were 2 decades ago. Women are involved in into the process. The third lesson I'm taking from this panel is that CADEP has helped to bring coherence at the global level, at the national level. One point maybe that I want to put, but this is my opinion, it didn't come from the process. A few years ago when I was working at NEPAD, someone from the GAFs came to my office, and he was basically praising CADEP, the CADEP process that we are criticizing here. And he says that the process was so robust that now GAFs is asking Asia and Latin American country to see whether they can embrace similar processes so that they can sell their initiative. My last point is on the title of this meeting. We want to accelerate implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. I want to bring your attention to 2 points. At the moment, most of agricultural products under the rule of origins, the AFCTA is helping, is supposedly helping basically our product to move. However, under the trade liberalization, because some of the criterias for commodity to be liberalized, some of the criterias for protection is food security. And because of that, many of our agricultural commodities are protected. So if we are talking about boosting intra-regional trade, tripling intra-regional trade, we might reflect on this issue. So I thank you, and I want you to give a round of applause to our panelists, and this concludes this session.
Thank you. Let's appreciate Dr. Hamadi and the panelists again. What a rich panel. Thank you. Okay, we need to take a break, or don't we? So let's see whether we can be here by 11:15. If you can be back by 11:15, that you help us so that we try and catch up with time. So enjoy your break, and tea and coffee and snacks are served outside. Thank you.
inputs such as seeds,
The reason that we have food is that we give fertilizer and seed, high quality fertilizer and high quality seed to 1,024,434 farmers. So even if they just produce 2 tons, already you have got more than 2 million tons of maize in the country. Now add those who are not on FISIP. That's why we get 3 million or so. Now, what are we doing to really multiply this figure, to have real arithmetic progression of the figure? We want to bring back the commercial farmer. What does this mean for the country? The commercial farmer does not produce at 2 tons per hectare. The commercial farmer produces at 8, 10, or 12 tons per hectare. So on average, it's going to push up the productivity levels. That's what we want. It will not only push up the productivity levels, it will also push up the production figures. So from Zambia producing 3 million, 4 million, we're very happy. We should go to 10. The president has given us a target. I and my colleagues here have to produce a minimum 10 million tons of maize. And once we do that, we will not be pushing people, stopping them from wanting to export. Ours will be to look for them so that we give them export permits so that they can sell to the Congo, to Malawi, to Kenya, to Tanzania, to South Sudan, to Zimbabwe, to Botswana, to Zimbabwe, so that they make more money. CATSIP is simply a wider universal, set where FISIP is part. So people tend to think that we are doing away with FISIP. No, we are still supporting the farmers with inputs. We need to ensure that we select the right farmers. We need to ensure that we put in extension. I emphasize extension, extension, extension. If you look at our agricultural setup, extension is one of the major links that is absent. The standard is about 1 extension officer to 400 farmers. In Zambia, it's almost 1 extension officer to between 1,500 to 2,000 farmers. Now, the other countries like Israel, it's 1 extension officer for 50 farmers. No wonder they are doing, unimaginable things. You can imagine, it's like a classroom. 1 farmer to 50, one officer to 50 farmers. That means he's able to visit them literally every 3 days. He can visit all the farmers. But here, yes, our officers are receiving a lot of condemnation, they are not serious, they're this and that, but look at it. 1 extension officer has to attend to almost 1,500 farmers. Is it possible? But what are we doing? We are giving them transport. By the end of this year, almost all the extension farmers in Zambia will have a motorcycle. By the end of this year, almost all, in fact, all the extension farmers in Zambia will have a computer. Which computer? They will be able to use ably to keep records of the farmers. So no more carrying heaps and heaps of books. You just carry your computer when you're going to see farmer X, farmer B, farmer Y. You just carry your computer and say, the last time I was here, this is what we looked at. Where are we now? Friendly discussion with the farmers, that's what they need. Once you do that with the farmer, I can assure you, even before we expand our cultivatable land, even before we increase it, our productivity per hectare can probably even treble or quadruple. It can increase 3 times or 4 times just by good extension.
Ministry of Agriculture under the new Dawn administration is determined to invest in the agricultural sector. It is only through agricultural transformation that we will end hunger and improve nutrition while accelerating economic growth. With economic growth, the population will afford a variety of sufficient, nutritious, and safe food, and nobody will be hungry or suffer from any form of malnutrition. To improve agricultural production and productivity, government will ensure access to affordable agricultural inputs such as seeds, fertilizers, chemicals, and pesticides. This will be achieved through the redesigning of the Farmer Input Support Program, FISIP, to transform it into a more cost-effective and sustainable intervention.
The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, is supporting government to meet its Sustainable Development Goal number 2 to end hunger and improve nutrition for its citizens. FAO is supporting the Ministry of Agriculture in implementing several projects aimed at increasing yields and build climate resilience.
We are implementing a number of projects. All are important, but today I would like to mention a few of them. So let me start by talking about the Farm and Forest Facility Project. This project provides support to forest and farm producer organizations to increase their technical and business capacity to play the precious role for fighting against climate change and improving food security. I will continue by talking about the Sustainable Intensification Smallholder Farmer Systems, the name is CIFAS. We are present in 27 districts in the country, and this project has 16 of beneficiaries.
Sustainable agri-food systems provide food security and nutrition in a way that preserves the environment and guarantees food for future generations. Royd Michelo, a farmer of Kapete A agriculture camp in Chongwe district, practices agroecology, a sustainable farming system that works with nature. He grows diverse nutrient-rich foods, rears livestock, recycles on-farm materials to make compost, and conserves water and soil through residue retention and mulching.
My place is divided in two portions. You can see there's a place where woodrop, whereby all the trees have been reserved. But there's also a cleared part here where we are doing the production. The size of this place where we are here is about 1.5 hectares. In this piece of land, different types of crops was grown the previous season. I would simply say there was a crop diversity. When you start from the land preparation, the method that we used here is minimum tillage. Minimum tillage, because under agroecology, the issue of sustainable agriculture is part and parcel. In the same 1.5 hectares, a lot of activities were being done, ranging from the nutrition, ranging from pest and disease management, learning from even building up the soil. So I would simply say I'm proud, I'm covered.
The reason that we have food is that we give fertilizer and seed, high quality fertilizer and high quality seed to 1,024,434 farmers. So even if they just produce 2 tons, already you have got more than 2 million tons of maize in the country. Now add those who are not on FISIP. That's why we get 3 million or so. Now, what are we doing to really multiply this figure, to have real arithmetic progression of the figure? We want to bring back the commercial farmer. What does this mean for the country? The commercial farmer does not produce at 2 tons per hectare. The commercial farmer produces at 8, 10, or 12 tons per hectare. So on average, it's going to push up the productivity levels. That's what we want. It will not only push up the productivity levels, it will also push up the production figures. So from Zambia producing 3 million, 4 million, we're very happy. We should go to 10. The president has given us a target. I and my colleagues here have to produce a minimum 10 million tons of maize. And once we do that, we will not be pushing people, stopping them from wanting to export. Ours will be to look for them so that we give them export permits so that they can sell to the Congo, to Malawi, to Kenya, to Tanzania, to South Sudan, to Zimbabwe, to Botswana, to Zimbabwe, so that they make more money. CASIP is simply a wider universal, set where FISIP is part. So people tend to think that we are doing away with FISIP. No, we are still supporting the farmers with inputs. We need to ensure that we select the right farmers. We need to ensure that we put in extension. I emphasize extension, extension, extension. If you look at our agricultural setup, extension is one of the major links that is absent. The standard is about 1 extension officer to 400 farmers. In Zambia, it's almost 1 extension officer to between 1,500 to 2,000 farmers. Now, the other countries like Israel, it's 1 extension officer for 50 farmers. No wonder they are doing, unimaginable things. You can imagine, it's like a classroom. 1 farmer to 50, one officer to 50 farmers. That means he's able to visit them literally every 3 days. He can visit all the farmers. But here, yes, our officers are receiving a lot of condemnation, they are not serious, they're this and that, but look at it. 1 extension officer has to attend to almost 1,500 farmers. Is it possible? But what are we doing? We are giving them transport. By the end of this year, almost all the extension farmers in Zambia will have a motorcycle. By the end of this year, almost all, in fact, all the extension farmers in Zambia will have a computer. Which computer? They will be able to use ably to keep records of the farmers. So no more carrying heaps and heaps of books. You just carry your computer. When you're going to see farmer X, farmer B, farmer Y, you just carry your computer and say, the last time I was here, this is what we looked at. Where are we now? Friendly discussion with the farmers, that's what they need. Once you do that with the farmer, I can assure you, even before we expand our cultivatable land, even before we increase it, our productivity per hectare can probably even treble or quadruple. It can increase 3 times or 4 times just by good extension.
The Ministry of Agriculture under the new Dawn administration is determined to invest in the agriculture sector. It is only through agriculture transformation that we will end hunger and improve nutrition while accelerating economic growth. With economic growth, the population will afford a variety of sufficient, nutritious, and safe food, and nobody will be hungry or suffer from any form of malnutrition. To improve agricultural production and productivity, government will ensure access to affordable agricultural inputs such as seeds, fertilizers, chemicals, and pesticides. This will be achieved through the redesigning of the Farmer Input Support Program, FISIP, to transform it into a more cost-effective and sustainable intervention.
The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, is supporting government to meet its Sustainable Development Goal number 2 to end hunger and improve nutrition for its citizens. FAO is supporting the Ministry of Agriculture in implementing several projects aimed at increasing yields and build climate resilience.
We are implementing a number of projects. All are important, but today I would like to mention a few of them. So let me start by talking about the Farm and Forest Facility Project. This project provides support to forest and farm producer organizations to increase their technical and business capacity to play the precious role for fighting against climate change and improving food security. I will continue by talking about the sustainable intensification smallholder farmer systems. The name is CFAS. We are present in 27 districts in the country, and this project has 16,000 of beneficiaries.
Sustainable agri-food systems provide food security and nutrition in a way that preserves the environment and guarantees food for future generations. Royd Michelo, a farmer of Kapete A Agriculture Camp in Chongwe District, practices agroecology, a sustainable farming system that works with nature. He grows diverse nutrient-rich foods, rears livestock, recycles on-farm materials to make compost, and conserves water and soil through residue retention and mulching.
My place is divided in two portions. You can see there's a place where wood drop, whereby all the trees have been reserved. But there's also a cleared part here where we are doing the production. The size of this place where we are here is about 1.5 hectares. In this piece of land, different types of crops was grown in the previous season. I would simply say there was a crop diversity. When you start from the land preparation, the method that we used here is minimum tillage. Minimum tillage, because under agroecology, the issue of sustainable agriculture is part and parcel. In the same 1.5 hectares, a lot of activities were being done, ranging from the nutrition, ranging from pest and disease management, learning from even building up the soil. So I would simply say I'm proud, I'm covered.
The reason that we have food is that we give fertilizer and seed, high quality fertilizer and high quality seed to 1,024,434 farmers. So even if they just produce 2 tons, already you have got more than 2 million tons of maize in the country. Now add those who are not on FISIP. That's why we get 3 million or so. Now, what are we doing to really multiply this figure, to have real arithmetic progression of the figure? We want to bring back the commercial farmer. What does this mean for the country? The commercial farmer does not produce at 2 tons per hectare. The commercial farmer produces at 8, 10, or 12 tons per hectare. So on average, it's going to push up the productivity levels. That's what we want. It will not only push up the productivity levels, it will also push up the production figures. So from Zambia producing 3 million, 4 million, we're very happy. We should go to 10. The president has given us a target. I and my colleagues here have to produce a minimum 10 million tons of maize. And once we do that, we will not be pushing people, stopping them from wanting to export. Ours will be to look for them so that we give them export permits so that they can sell to the Congo, to Malawi, to Kenya, to Tanzania, to South Sudan, to Zimbabwe, to Botswana, to Zimbabwe, so that they make more money. CASIP is simply a wider universal, set where FISIP is part. So people tend to think that we are doing away with FISIP. No, we are still supporting the farmers with inputs. We need to ensure we select the right farmers. We need to ensure that we put in extension. I emphasize extension, extension, extension. If you look at our agricultural setup, extension is one of the major links that is absent. The standard is about 1 extension officer to 400 farmers. In Zambia, it's almost 1 extension officer to between 1,500 to 2,000 farmers. Now, the other countries like Israel, it's 1 officer for 50 farmers. No wonder they are doing, unimaginable things. You can imagine, it's like a classroom. 1 farmer to 50, one officer to 50 farmers. That means he's able to visit them literally every 3 days. He can visit all the farmers. But here, yes, our officers are receiving a lot of condemnation, they are not serious, this and that, but look at it. 1 extension officer has to attend to almost 1,500 farmers. Is it possible? But what are we doing? We are giving them transport. By the end of this year, almost all the extension farmers in Zambia will have a motorcycle. By the end of this year, almost all, in fact, all the extension farmers in Zambia will have a computer. Which computer? They will be able to use ably to keep records of the farmers. So no more carrying heaps and heaps of books. You just carry your computer when you're going to see farmer X, farmer B, farmer Y. You just carry your computer and say, the last time I was here, this is what we looked at. Where are we now? Friendly discussion with the farmers, that's what they need. Once you do that with the farmer, I can assure you, even before we expand our cultivatable land, even before we increase it, our productivity per hectare can probably even treble or quadruple. It can increase 3 times or 4 times just by good extension.
The Ministry of Agriculture under the new Dawn administration is determined to invest in the agriculture sector. It is only through agriculture transformation that we will end hunger and improve nutrition while accelerating economic growth. With economic growth, the population will afford a variety of sufficient, nutritious, and safe food, and nobody will be hungry or suffer from any form of malnutrition. To improve agricultural production and productivity, government will ensure access to affordable agricultural inputs such as seeds, fertilizers, chemicals, and pesticides. This will be achieved through the redesigning of the Farmer Input Support Program, FISIP, to transform it into a more cost-effective and sustainable intervention.
The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, is supporting government to meet its Sustainable Development Goal number 2 to end hunger and improve nutrition for its citizens. FAO is supporting the Ministry of Agriculture in implementing several projects aimed at increasing yields and build climate resilience.
We are implementing a number of projects. All are important, but today I would like to mention a few of them. So let me start by talking about the Farm and Forest Facility Project. This project provides support to forest and farm producer organizations to increase their technical and business capacity to play the precious role for fighting against climate change and improving food security. I will continue by talking about the sustainable intensification smallholder farmer systems. The name is CFAS. We are present in 27 districts in the country, and this project has 16,000 of beneficiaries.
Sustainable agri-food systems provide food security and nutrition in a way that preserves the environment and guarantees food for future generations. Royd Michelo, a farmer of Kapete A agriculture camp in Chongwe district, practices agroecology, a sustainable farming system that works with nature. He grows diverse nutrient-rich foods, rears livestock, recycles on-farm materials to make compost, and conserves water and soil through residue retention and mulching.
My place is divided in two portions. You can see there's a place where wood drop, whereby all the trees have been reserved. But there's also a cleared part here where we are doing the production. The size of this place where we are here is about 1.5 hectares. In this piece of land, different types of crops was grown the previous season. I would simply say there was a crop diversity. When you start from the land preparation, the method that we use here is minimum tillage. Minimum tillage, because under agroecology, the issue of sustainable agriculture is part and parcel. In the same 1.5 hectares, a lot of activities were being done, ranging from the nutrition, ranging from pest and disease management, learning from even building up the soil. So I would simply say I'm proud, I'm covered.
The reason that we have food is that we give fertilizer and seed, high quality fertilizer and high quality seed to 1,024,434 farmers. So even if they just produce 2 tons, already you have got more than 2 million tons of maize in the country. Now add those who are not on FISIP. That's why we get 3 million or so. Now, what are we doing to really multiply this figure, to have real arithmetic progression of the figure? We want to bring back the commercial farmer. What does this mean for the country? The commercial farmer does not produce at 2 tons per hectare. The commercial farmer produces at 8, 10, or 12 tons per hectare. So on average, it's going to push up the productivity levels. That's what we want. It will not only push up the productivity levels, it will also push up the production figures. So from Zambia producing 3 million, 4 million, we're very happy. We should go to 10. The president has given us a target. I and my colleagues here have to produce a minimum 10 million tons of maize. And once we do that, we will not be pushing people, stopping them from wanting to export. Ours will be to look for them so that we give them export permits so that they can sell to the Congo, to Malawi, to Kenya, to Tanzania, to South Sudan, to Zimbabwe, to Botswana, to Zimbabwe, so that they make more money. KATSIP is simply a wider universal set where FISIP is part. So people tend to think that we are
Okay, we are ready to start. So if you could please have your seat. Let's all take our seats, please. Let's take our seats as we get started. Okay. All right. Please, let's take our seats. Let's take our seats. Right, we continue on sub-theme 1. We are reflecting on the last 20 years of CADIP. And in this second panel conversation, the question that we'll be responding to and discussing is where do we stand and what could be the targets and the pathways of the next CADIP cycle. And the moderator of this panel is Professor Cheryl Hendricks, the Director of Natural Resources Institute, University of Greenwich. And so join me in welcoming and introducing Professor Cheryl Hendricks. And Professor Cheryl, if you can introduce your panelists and continue. Thank you.
Thank you ever so much. Let's just get our panelists up here. Yes, it is, I think. Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity. We've been reflecting in the previous session on the past 20 years, and now we will shift to looking ahead and seeing what the pathways that may emerge in the post-Malabo period might well be. So we have a distinguished panel of people with opinions that we will share with you on the stage. I will introduce each as they speak. So I'd like to start off first with welcoming Dr. Usman Badian, the Executive Chairperson of Academia 2063. And Usman, I know you have loads of stories to tell from the past 20 years, but we ask for your perspective on the future 10 years. So please go ahead with your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Let me wait for them to show the presentation. I'll be talking about the journey from the beginning of CADIP to now, but I'll go even further because it's to get a perspective. Can you please show the slide? To get some perspective, I'll be going further back to the 60s, so we can compare the last 20 years to what has been before. So I see CADIP and the Agenda 2063 NEPAD as a period through which, under the leadership of Mbeki, Obasanjo, Wade, and Bouteflika, the African countries have decided to rethink the development paradigm. So it's more how do we renew our policy perspective as a continent. And I think that was quite refreshing. What it does is a lot of things we take for granted today, from the vocabulary we use to the way we work together, was actually a result of what they initiated 20 years ago. So I will be covering 4 topics. The trajectory of economic performance since independence. If you want to know what happened in the last 20 years, we have to look back. And the changes in public policy regimes due to the policy renewal aspects of CAADP. And I'll go a little bit into that and look at how economic performance looked during the CAADP years. And then from there, just to think aloud what might be future priorities for economic transformation and resilience. Is a graph many of you may have seen, which I just like. It gives us a perspective of where African countries were in the 60s, what we went through in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and what happened in the 2000s. In the 1960s, Africa was nowhere on the radar screen of the global community. They were performing well. GDP per capita was about 2%. We just came out of, or we just started our first decade of independence. Then something happened. The 70s and the 80s were truly lost decades. Like Chinua Achebe was saying, things just fell apart. And then we recovered in the 2000s. And what happened throughout this period has a lot of lessons for us as we think about what happened to CAADP and what the future ought to be. So I want to look at this in terms of 3 periods. A period of strong growth in the 60s, a period of steady decline, 70s and 80s to the mid-90s, and sustained recovery since then. Let's look at what happened in the 60s and why we had that very strong performance. I remember growing up in Senegal, even in retail, most companies were French companies. We're talking about banking or anything, where you will go to buy certain stuff. So you have all these private sector-based colonial companies and a private sector-based economic model and system actually ushering into the 60s. And that created a very strong economic growth engine because of the connections to the companies in the metropole and the access to the global markets. With independence, of course, we had a political fight. We wanted our freedom and self-government, and those leaders were charismatic and idealist and certainly patriot and nationalist, but they were not part of the administration before, and they didn't have the kind of skills around them to manage the economy as well. But that wasn't the only problem. The other problem was that in the 60s, even in theory, the science of economic development was not well understood. How you go from agrarian to economic was something that's really being talked about. John Mellor, who was my mentor and actually hired me in the 80s to join IFPRI, was one of the best, and his most influential books were written in the 60s. So it was a science at the beginning. In Asia, they were discussing and then working around that, but certainly didn't reach Africa at all. So even if the leadership wanted, the understanding of that process was lacking. So, but they knew one thing. They knew that the end of development is industrialization, a more mature economy. So they went in full speed, but public sector led. So most of the first big manufacturing plant and enterprises that were created during the independence years away from the metropole-based entities were all led by the states because there was no private sector, domestic, local to talk about. So you have an overreach of government, many parastatals. I do remember in Senegal, one of the 7 parastatals in agriculture in 1979 had a deficit equal 98% of the government budget. And we're not talking about the other 6 parastatals. So there's a lot of things that went wrong because we didn't have the experience, but also because we didn't understand that. Agriculture suffered quite a lot during those years, leading to stagnation of the economies. And then, of course, you have inflation, all the symptoms of an economy that's not working. And countries were getting debts to invest in those parastatals and so on and so forth. So we had a huge, huge crisis in the 70s and 80s, which some of us here will remember led to the social adjustment programs. So there was a disruption of the growth momentum of the 60s. Okay, so here are just examples of what happens in and around agriculture. We often have forgotten, actually, if you tell some younger generations, they will tell you that's not true. I was actually in Nairobi several years ago, and I talked about when it was illegal to carry a bag of maize across the district line as an individual. You go to jail. It was forbidden. There were times when in Mali, it was by law forbidden for private sector to deal with cereals trade. There were times that specific people were allowed to import or export. There were times when markets were closed until certain times of the year when farmers can sell and only a few individuals can buy, if at all, otherwise the marketing boards and the government. So these are examples in Malawi, Madagascar, Kenya, Tanzania, Senegal, Zambia, Cote d'Ivoire, Benin, all these things were all over the continent. All right, so agriculture was completely under pressure because of the let's say, the propensity of governments to do things and want it really to go too fast. I in no way believe that they knew that what they were doing was wrong. They thought that what they were doing was the best way to accelerate the pace of growth and get improvement in the livelihoods of the people and the young nations. But we made things in a way that made things quite a bit difficult. I don't discuss the macroeconomic aspects there, but I want to have this graph. Several years back, we looked at what has been the impact of those policies against agriculture. And we said, if those policies were not there, what would have been the growth of agriculture based on the economic development stage of these economies, as we know from experience across the globe? And what is the actual size of agriculture? So the blue squares are what the agricultural share in GDP should have been, and the red is what it ended up being because of those many years of all those policies that were just not really yielding the results we wanted. Okay? And this had huge implications for the continent because the more you stunt agriculture, the more you take away the buying power, the purchasing power of the people to spend money on the emerging industries. It's not just that you're not improving livelihoods, but then what you want to achieve you don't get because there's no market for the bicycles, for the sandals, for the household utensils that you're producing, because people were supposed to be much richer than they are due to these policies. And actually we see in the next slide, so I don't know which direction to click this, at some point it's gonna work. Okay, here we looked at the higher that distance is between actual and what should have been the normal size, the higher the poverty rate is in those countries. So there's obviously a direct relationship between the way we manage our economies in the 60s and 70s and what happened in terms of poverty, in terms of malnutrition, and so on and so forth, right? So this is really the period and what happened before CAADP, all right? So briefly and summarize. Now, when we started the CAADP years, and Africa said, as part of NEPAD, and again, something a lot of people would not understand or would not have, sorry, not understand, but would not have heard before. What Mbeki, Obasanjo, Wade, and Bouteflika wanted was to say to the rest of the world, step back, give us the space to think about what we want to do. But also they did something else. They said, listen, it's no longer the time to blame anybody for the economic woes of Africa, not colonialism, not the world order, or whatever. We can do better, and let's hold each other accountable. Actually, if you see in CAADP now, mutual accountability, it comes from that. There used to be the African peer review mechanisms where heads of states were reporting to their peers about economic governance and policy governance. So that attitude of changing things and redoing things has been a whole renewal process. And the first thing was, due to pressures from the global institutions, but also the difficulty of just managing Many of these things had been scrapped in the turn of the millennium. Then you have the real renewal process that came with CAADP and NEPAD. You have a common framework continent-wide, which is one first thing ever in the history of the continent. The principles shared African ownership and leadership, mutual accountability, but also you have a clear strategic directions. Very simple under Maputo, I'll come to that, but the principle of agriculture-led growth was reaffirmed and countries agreed to develop an agenda around it, and they also want to have evidence-based policy to improve the quality of economic and policy governance, as in the case of the peer review mechanisms. Of course, the common goals and the targets, like in Maputo, expenditure and growth, but also a mutual accountability process, which all of us now know, the biennial review, the joint sector review, and what have you. But from the Maputo to the Malabo agenda, there was a shared common framework across the continent, which is new and has been unprecedented. And how unprecedented that was, now I'm going to just go to a couple of slides, because all this background is important for us to understand where CAADP stands today, and we're going to go in the next decades. You go back to the 60s and what I said, there has been a tension in managing African economies between, do I go all governments, or do I go all market and private sector? Or do I go all industry, or do I go all agriculture? That tension has been in all public policies in the continent, whether by national governments or in their relationship with the global institutions, bilaterals or multilaterals. That discussion has always taken place. And are you creating enough space for the private sector? Or do I really have to get the government to do this because the private sector isn't there? Or do you really want to go, and then support the rural areas of agriculture, or do you just want to go and be modern and industry? That was a real thing, real tensions in public policy. Then Africa wasn't in the lead. And what I want to do is here to show what NEPAD and CAADP brought. If you look at these graphs, in the 1960s, there was indeed the theory of agriculture-led growth that was started in Asia, but it hasn't reached Africa. That's what I said. It was just emerging, but didn't get to Africa. Then in the 70s, in the 50s and 60s, there was industry-led growth, import substitutions. Then you have the basic needs, which then came down, and you see you're always in the quadrant. In the industry-led growth, you are very much industry and you're very much government-driven. There's no private sector there. And then you move to the basic needs, you're government-driven and you're closer to the rural areas. You go down to the market-led growth of the social achievement policies, you're very much toward private sector, not very far trying to be on the middle between agriculture and industry. What's interesting about all these things, everything in red was externally driven, not an agenda by the African countries. It is defined and determined externally and they just follow suit. And within all these here that didn't fit in the graph, every 2 or 3 years, there'll be a report by UNDP or by the World Bank, and that's what we focus on. It's demography, it's social protection, it's basic needs, it's environment, so countries just kept on going like this around this quadrant. It changed with the advent of CAADP. That green circle and the common framework that I talked about, the shared principles, all those things come and then just put continuity and consistency in place. Actually, you haven't seen those big reports for the last 20 years defining for Africans what they need to do, because that momentum that came with NEPAD and CAADP created the focus, the shared framework, the shared principle, the common targets, get countries to focus on something for 2 decades. And that's how you get development, not by jumping from one thing to the other every 4 or 5 years. Okay. Now let's look at what happened over the last 20 years during the case of CAADP. We often don't see this. All the attention is sucked by the biennial review report. where you would hear something like 1 or 2 countries are on track. And what's important to note here, and I don't want to understate the importance of the biennial review. It is more important today than ever, right? But it measures something. And progress can also mean something else. The example that I use often is if every African country had a budget share of 9.5% going to agriculture, and every African country was growing by 5.5%, they will all be off track. But it would have been a phenomenal performance. So because the biennial review measures an ambition, aspiration, that's where we want to be. So it's very important. So I don't want to underestimate that or in any way, but I just want to make that difference. When you look now on the ground, you may see progress that is not captured in the biennial review. And that's what we want to look at, because that's where the lessons are. In terms of why did we make progress here, why not there, and how do we look forward in the next 2 decades? So here, we often talk about African countries failing to meet the 10% target, which is a problem, and they need to do, and you'll see it when we get to that. But what we then often forget when we say that is that they almost increase public expenditure by 60 or 70% annually in US dollars in agriculture. The reason why the share didn't go up is that because other sectors were also being spent money on, infrastructure, social services, and so on and so forth. But government did make a real effort to increase investment in agriculture, as you can see from 20 to 2080 and the bars going up. So that happened. This is often what we discuss, and it's a problem, all right? So we committed as countries want to go to 10%. So not only did we not get to 10%, but we're really somewhere even sliding down. So that is a real issue, and we need to talk about it. It masks, however, often the efforts that's been made. I think going forward, we might also look at just the share of GDP going to agriculture, ag GDP, because at least it's fairer to say, return to agriculture what it contributes to the economy. When you say, I want to share the budget, it looks like you want to take something from somebody else, right? But when we say return to agriculture, what it generates for the economy, it's a fair argument to have. Both will lead to the same thing, and also at the end of the day, really will lead to budget resource competition, but at least it's a fair argument. But there's no question that we need to stick to this commitment and see how we can improve that. We look at GDP growth, both overall GDP and agricultural GDP. This is the longest sustained period of growth in Africa's history, okay? So agricultural GDP in constant US dollars went from 1.5 to more than 2.5. And agricultural value added went from 200 to more than 400, okay? So doubling, okay? We saw the per capita graph in the first, right, when it was going up. So we don't have to ask that question. Per capita was going up around the 2%, 3%. So that's not an issue. But here, even just in absolute terms, African economies have doubled in size compared to the 90s. When you talk about growth, they say, well, what's productivity? Land productivity and labor productivity have all been steadily going up as well during the 20 years, okay? So they will say, but why you're starting this from small scale, small levels? Well, when it's going down, it was also from small levels. So it's not like the levels have changed, it's going down, right? But there was a period of progress. The important lessons about this is that what went right in those 20 years so that we can learn from and do better and more of as we look at the next 20 years. So no question, land productivity went up and labor productivity went up. And what actually is interesting, we wouldn't imagine something like this happening. And I was actually sitting in a meeting with a colleague of mine, one of the directors of IFPRI, who came in and just hit me and said, Usman, look at the table, look at the table. I said, I know that. I've been looking at the numbers for a long time. Since 2000, African countries have the fastest growing agricultural GDP of any region. Actually, this graph used to be the other way around before the 2000. You'll see Africa's line at the bottom, okay? Yes, the levels are low, but they were low when they were going down and Africa was at the bottom, but something happened in African agriculture, okay? And the gap is expanding. It used to be Africa's lag is expanding. up to the 2000, and he is changing. So something happened that was right over the last 20 years. And this is important for us not to gloss over if you want to do the next 10 years or 20 years, right? Do them better. We need to understand why we have this change, okay? This graph is showing the share of processed products in the export of traditional African products, like cereals and I'm not talking about wheat and other things. We're talking about cassava and cereals. And you look at the green share, it used to be at the beginning close to 50% or more. You go towards the end, it's less than a third. Today, African countries are not just consuming more processed products, but also trading in more processed products. Actually, between ECOWAS countries is 77% of what's traded is processed. The average for Africa is 70. That has changed completely and has also, of course, very real consequences of how we manage agriculture going forward. But things are changing there again, if you look at it. We look at malnutrition, stunting, prevalence of wasting. The trend is downward. If you remember, going to the end of the 90s actually was up, okay, stagnating and tilting a little bit up, but it's been downward all these 20 years. Okay. You look at global hunger index, again, straight down. Recent data from FAO is showing that the prevalence of undernourishment is going up again. For me, it's a big paradox. We need to understand, how can we have all that progress and then end up having this kind of malnutrition? What else could we have done to have a big impact of that progress on undernourishment? But that's a big question that we need to look into as we go forward in the next years. So now let's look ahead. I think it's the same war of progress, of improving livelihoods, improving policies, doing things better, being more consistent, more coherent, and staying the course. So, but we do have reason to think that we have to redouble or triple efforts to move forward. If you remember the graph I showed you, here our expectation was that the blue curve was going to trend upward, but it looks like we're losing steam. Okay, so the last 5 years of the last decade or so, we started stagnating. The bar shows per capita income growth that we had from about, is it 2%? Okay, I can look here actually, right? So this is from about 2% to 3%, is now 1% and now almost negative in the last few years. So we are losing steam. We did have a lot of progress in the last 20 years, but the last 5 years are nowhere close to the prior 15 years. So, and that is a wake-up call, and we need to look at that. Why is it happening? Okay. First thing we need to do when we look into the next 20 years or so, when we also look into 20 years, we should see market, an African market. I have a different take on the import gap. A lot of people complain about how much more we import. But if you look at the green line, we're not importing because we're producing less. We're not importing because agriculture is stunting. We're not importing more, because agriculture is not growing. You've seen we have the fastest growing agricultural sector. We're importing more because more people with more money are demanding more food. So it's more a market for us than anything else. And as long as the economies grow, as long as population grow, you can have demand growing by double digits per year. Agriculture as a biological process cannot. You cannot do that sustainably. You can maybe in 1 year grow by 10%, but then you can go back to your 5 or 6%. So you will have that gap as long as the countries grow. What does it mean? We have a market for us, if we can keep it or if we can get it, right? But it's basically a market right in front of our place, okay? How do you get into that market? You saw me talking about how much now processed products are being consumed and demanded. We have a complete transformation of the agricultural value chains. When I was growing up in high school, the traditional value chain, here's the example of millet, was very short. You go around the house, go and harvest the millet, turn around the corner, go to the mill and bring it to the house and you cook it and you eat. That was the value chain. Or you go to the market next door and then you get it, that was it, right? The extended modern value chain has added different layers of ready to cook and ready to eat food. And that extended value chain has to be the basis for the new policies, not the old one. And I'm just going to talk about it quickly. Give me a signal, Cheryl, if time is, if I need to wrap up. But I don't think I have many slides left. Here, if you look at the short traditional value chain, for those of us who are, looking at how to commercialize smallholder agriculture, and I heard the minister talking about extension and all the things we need to do, we're thinking about how do we get productions from the rural areas into the markets. That was the big question of modernizing agriculture, okay? So from production areas to village districts, to rural town, to secondary town, to urban center, how do you do that? Get it there so that farmers have market. So the critical function there was, we have a boundary, which is the catchment areas. How far can we extend that to get into the urban centers? So the market barrier was primarily physical distance, getting the physical products from the production areas into the urban centers. So that's why you have critical functions reflected in policies around collection, assembly, cleaning, sorting, storage. We're worrying about, do we have a private sector? Do we have markets? That was the real issue. Did we have the roads? Did we have the transport system so we can get the things out to the rural areas? That is not the same anymore. Okay, these are cooperatives, market, transport. These are all the things that policy was focusing on during those years. In the new environment, is that not anymore? The barriers are not physical. The barriers are sophistication. How do I go from a raw product to improved package, pre-processed input, ready to prepare and ready to consume? So if you produce your millet today in Senegal, you can triple your yield, but unless it can go through this, you're not going to sell. So it would have been nice in the traditional market chain to triple production and then just put it on the lorries and go to the urban centers and sell it. Now you can lorry whatever you want in the urban centers. Nobody buys it unless it goes through the processing sector. That creates a whole new different set for smallholder commercialization. The processing sector today is the biggest bridge between smallholder and the market that I just showed you. That gap is no longer just sufficient to have technology, to have a trading sector, to have markets, to have roads, and to have transport. Entry is no longer sufficient. You need to have a performing and competitive processing sector so that what's being produced can get into the market, right? So the barrier, therefore, here, the chain boundary is no longer physical. It is the degree of sophistication of the product that's being sold. So the market barrier is therefore product innovation and the critical function in such a system that need to be added. I'm not saying it's a substitute, right? You need to do the old still, but in the new one has to talk about how do we get to the business, the profession, the infrastructure, the institutions, the segments of cleaning, grading, processing, packaging, branding, distribution, and food safety. If you fail there, then you're not going to be climbing up this tower of sophistication, and you're not going to be able to sell. So our next agenda is really going to go about how we can do this. And here, our policy of enterprise creations at the firm level, technology acquisition, access to capital, skills and development, technical and managerial become very important. They increase the capacity for product and process innovation and therefore expand your access to market and remove the demand that you would have. So that's important dimension for us in the next 20 years. But also for firms to be able to grow and to perform, the issue of transport technology, conservation technology, energy supply, digital infrastructure, norms and standard, IP, competition policies become more important than they were in the past and have to be part of the baggage as we move forward, right? Still looking forward, in terms of conquering those billions of dollars, right? The import gap. The evidence is that trade between African countries is not hampered by tariffs, but more by non-tariff barriers. Everything that is not Purple here is non-tariff. And those are the most important barriers to trade. So as AFCFTA comes up and so on, we need to look at policies to change this as part of the package of policies to transform agriculture, because it will facilitate trade in the processed products that expand demand for those products and therefore expand demand for what smallholders produce. So that is all now in the same basket. It's not separate. These are not big entities processing stuff, buying raw material from overseas. We are talking about our local staples, your cassavas, your white maize, your millet, your fonio, and the like. So those need access to the regional market. When it comes to agriculture, again, as we just think about the next 20 years, we have to do something to take modern technologies to scale. I'll be very brief here because there will be a whole set of another discussion, but that we don't have a biotechnology revolution in Africa is a problem. I was yesterday talking about examples. When I was in charge of the cotton sector policies in the World Bank in the late 90s and early 2000s, West African countries would beat India and China producing cotton, hands down, yield, quality, and everything. Fast forward, India has tripled its exports and production, tripled its production of cotton. They use BT technology to compensate for all the disadvantages they had compared to African countries that are still kind of stagnating. India is now the largest exporter of cotton in the world, between $6 and $10 billion. To tell you how much money that is, the average African economy is about $30 billion. So just from exporting cotton, they're getting a third of an average African economy. And yet, 20 years ago, they were behind West Africa because of the biotechnology revolution. We have to do a lot around there. And here, what we need to do is step away from the discussion, is GMO good or bad? It's so passive. Somebody else is dealing with it, okay? But do we have the expertise in the laboratory and the understanding and the regulatory environment to harness those policies, those technologies, safely where we can, right? You close the door, you're closing a door to a whole set of knowledge that's important for you. So that is important for us to look at it from a different angle, less ideological, more science-based, but in particular in terms of capabilities of African economies. We must not miss the AI revolution. Luckily, the barriers are small. We have bright young kids in IT and mathematics and other things. So we can get into that, and the African organization pioneering in that. If you look at our website, Africa Agriculture Watch, you'll see how we at Academia 2063 are using AI and remote sensing to do a lot of interesting things, really cutting edge stuff. And I think there are a lot of other kids across the continent who are doing a lot of similar things. They intern with us, you see what they're being taught and what they're doing. So we will not and should not miss the AI revolution. The last frontier is, you saw how we saw undernourishment going up. Despite all the progress, we have to make a determination in Africa that is not acceptable, that every shock that comes leads to large-scale suffering and disruption of community livelihoods. That's why you just cannot get out of these difficulties, right? So for that to happen in the next 10, 20 years, we have to focus on boosting our preparedness and response capacity to deal with these shocks when they arrive, okay? So these are examples of how Ukraine has affected poverty in these different countries. What we need to do as we go for the next 20 years is to have a good handle of the nature and the drivers of vulnerability in our countries so that we can deal with that as we go, okay? Here is an example of Malawi. We say in order for Malawi to vanquish these shocks, it needs to locate the priority vulnerable and nutrient deficient people and communities. You know, those have the least capacity to deal with shocks. You have to identify priority investment around those drivers during normal times. You don't wait until you have shocks. And then when you have shocks, you need to target better and get things done differently. Here we built a composite vulnerability indicator, which we're expanding now to bring in climate risk and so on, that allows you to know which communities to focus on before the crisis come. The example I give is that in the municipalities of the north, before the snow comes, they know where to put the snow plug, the snow trucks. They know it's going to be the bad part of town when the snow falls. They're there already before it comes. But then also during outside of the winter time, they start fixing road, the grading, the safety, all the things are being taken care of before the snow comes. So that's the way we in Africa ought to be approaching community vulnerability. We need to know those areas with the least capacity to withstand a shock, and in this map, those are the red areas. And you need to be there during normal times, whether it's malnutrition that is the biggest driver, or access to health services, or chronic diseases, or whatever it is, you need to know that. In normal time, you work on that and reducing that so that over time, you can boost their preparedness, all right? So finally, we cannot do all of that if we return or turn away from the policy renewal process. And that's what I call policy reversal, and I have my concern on that. Can we return to the failed policies that I show you with the big X? Because the people who did those things did not do it because they wanted to do something wrong. They thought it was good, it was effective. And I've seen lately many signs of countries, it's just not the ban of export or cross-border trade, it's the willingness now to control prices. It is willingness to start to control the function of trading. I will not say the name of that country, but I know a country that was going around its capital city, putting QR codes on shops so they can control the prices that they charge. Okay, that takes us back to the 30s. So that reversal is possible. Why? Because we have very limited institutional memory. Very few of us still remember what was wrong in the 70s and 80s. We have a new generation of leaders who are really very proactive, want to get things done. Until recently, we used to have a greater fiscal space until the debt crisis started rearing its ugly head. But you could do a lot of bad things using your own resources as a country before you hit the wall, right? So then in that context, you have open pluralistic political systems, right? You want to be re-elected, you want to dish out money, you want to do a lot of things, and the populism, that pressure can lead you to go back to failed policies just because in the absence of institutional memory, you might not know what was wrong then, is still wrong now. What was wrong then and might be right now, or what was right then but may be wrong now. You just wouldn't know, but then you're under those pressures. So that's a real issue, and the science, as I said, you see it here, and we have to resist that in continuing the renewal process that got us to where we are now. That must be my last slide. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. A lot to digest. Thank you very much, Osman. Oh, sorry. We just grab one of those chairs over there. Sorry. Yeah. Yes. Sorry, we didn't count very well. Thank you. Your maths is better than ours. Thank you ever so much, Osman. You remain as inspiring as the first day I met you, which I will never ever forget. So I remember sitting listening to Osman at a meeting at NEPAD for an hour in which he spoke about the future of Africa and the role that he wanted me to play in that agenda. And I remember sitting dumbfounded when he said, "Do you have any questions?" As a very green academic with very little information about African development, no, I didn't have a clue where I was going. And in fact, at the first CADAP PP, which was held in Johannesburg, it was still as clear as mud to me as to where CADAP was going. But the clarity that you brought to the process has been absolutely remarkable and requires a real applause for your commitment and for staying the course. So lots there to digest and lots to think about. So I hope my panelists have had a time to digest and reflect on the questions that you prepared and the questions that you weren't prepared for. So let's start with Mr. Stanley Mkanga from WFP, the outgoing chair of the CADAP Donor Partners Coordination Group. Usman touched a little bit on the war and some of the crises that we face and reflecting on the future. I know that you were spearheading a reform of the thinking of provisions at WFP to focus on food systems and how those can bring local producers on board to provide food assistance where it's needed. Can you give us a little bit of your reflection from your perspective from the coordination of donors? Are we doing enough? And what really should Africa prioritize going ahead? Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. And thank you also to Usman for a very stimulating and interesting presentation, which I would actually like to link to quite a few of the points he made. Yesterday evening, we had a peaceful transfer of the leadership of the Development Partners Group from WFP to Norway. So Odd is now the new chair of the CADAP Development Partners Group. So I will take advantage of not having that responsibility of being an ex to say what exes often do, which is to be a little bit provocative. First, I want to just start by saying I think CADAP and Malabo have achieved a lot. They're very good frameworks, and I hope we don't rush to change them. The problems are not the targets, it's not the indicators of CADAP and Malabo. That isn't the issue. The issue is we're not meeting those targets. So my hope is that although this panel is supposed to look at the post-Malabo, I actually hope Malabo will be extended at least for 5 years to align to the 2030 goals, the global goals, because actually if we don't, we're going to have to go through this process twice. We'll spend all of our effort, well, it's a lot of effort, on what the new framework, the new targets should be, and then in 2030, we'll have to do that again as part of the global agenda and dialogue. And I think this really takes us where we shouldn't be. It means we'll be focusing more of our time on the frameworks, the broader things, and not the implementation. And clearly the message over the past few days has been, let's focus on why we're not meeting these targets. Let's not create new targets. So for me, this is where I hope we will be. With two caveats. One caveat is the context. So CADAP is not just an economic program. It's not just a development program. Actually, we've seen over the past 5 years that if you don't get your food systems, your food security, your agriculture right, that's a national security issue. And we've seen that across the world. And increasingly countries, I'd say especially in the North, are starting to see food security and food sovereignty as national security issues, not just as issues of normal business or economic trade. And Africa needs to do the same, and that does have implications on how we organize ourselves, how we look at CADAP, probably how we fund CADAP, and what we think of the Malabo commitments. I'd like to link that to actually what the point Usman made in closing, which is that part of what that means is that we need to protect against shocks in a way that we haven't been used to doing, whether it's natural disasters or it's disruptions in trade or man-made disasters. These shocks will have national security implications. And it's not just that people will riot and governments will become unstable, but actually your fiscal space also gets destroyed when you haven't prepared properly, and then you have to destroy your budget to meet an immediate need. So this issue of preparedness and how we shock-proof cut-up in the Malabo commitments, I think, is critical. The other caveat I would make is just in terms of there are some adjustments that need to be made. I think the biggest one now relates to climate, which also Usman touched on, but relates to climate because African leaders in Nairobi had a climate summit and have decided to integrate climate and climate financing in the broader development agenda. And honestly, for cut-up not to take that into account will be a serious disconnect. So African leaders have taken a different direction, a more engaged direction on climate. It's not just the adaptation, it's also part of mitigation, but it's also part of the broader development financing agenda. And cut-up can't and shouldn't miss out on that. It really is a part of that. The other thing that I think it's also important to take into account is also what Usman showed, this notion of value addition. We can't just be producing or exporting raw materials of anything, whether it's, I would say, uranium or whatever it is, minerals. There needs to be this value addition, and that is something that I think also African leaders have decided needs to be something the continent insists on. And that also needs to be reflected, I think, very strongly in the agriculture sector in terms of cut-up. And maybe that wasn't such a strong emphasis before, but really this has to be part of the future. So with those caveats, I would say let's stick with what we have. We have very good frameworks. Targets aren't the problem. Let's focus on the implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. A plea to align with global targets and to extend, keep up the good work is what you're saying. An interesting perspective. The African perspective on the SDGs had a significant influence on where we landed with the SDGs. So I think Africa has a really important role to play in shaping that next agenda, which with all the uncertainties is quite a challenge. But let's pass the baton to Norway, to Mr. Adfns, who's the Regional Food Security Envoy for the Norway Embassy in Dar es Salaam. So as the new chair, can we put you on the spot? So where do you think some of those shortfalls have come with the cut-up agenda? And what do you see as the most promising pathways going forward? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Usman, for another brilliant presentation. I didn't actually see the snow issue come in. I wasn't prepared for that. As a Norwegian, I mean, that's our home territory. So I'll get back to African agriculture now. No, I mean, Africa is still a very big country. The diversity and challenges are so differentiated in this continent. So it's very difficult to talk about one size fits all. So I should be very careful in coming with the general statements. I mean, we see, and I concur with Osman, that there's a lot of progress in the continent. And I think there's a lot of lessons learned. Being Zambian by heart, I have worked here for many years. As an example, there were some small changes in the seed policy, the national seed policy, that led to the birth of the biggest seed producing company in Africa, which is Seedco. And if you go, and there's more seed companies here, both international but also local, like Sam Seed. I've probably forgotten somebody, but it was not intentional. But if you go outside Lusaka here, you will see all these seeds. You will find 6 companies displaying their seeds along the roadside. And they all have 7 different maize seeds, soy seeds, for farmers to see. And that goes all the way out, miles after miles. So you can see private sector working. But we also see, even in a as we understood from the ministers yesterday, Zambia is open for business. But business is not always easy, even in Zambia. We have seen big companies like Sambeef, one of the biggest beef producing company here, starting off with producing beef, but they couldn't find the fodder enough, so they had to go into fodder production. Of course, then they had the milk and the meat sales, etc. So it developed into a massive company that is now listed on the London Stock Exchange. Of course, that is not a feasible business model for everyone. Those are specialty things. I'm soon coming to the main point here now. I think, as I said yesterday in one of my presentations, that agriculture is too important and food production, agriculture production is too important to be left to the Ministry of Agriculture. And I think that's also what you alluded to. It's a part of a bigger economic development agenda of the government. Agriculture cannot develop on its own. We have the example of some years back when Kenya was in need of maize, and there was this intention of exporting maize from Zambia, just over to Kenya. But it was cheaper, easier to transport maize from Mexico on a shipment to Mombasa and ship it inland. So there are enormous challenges beyond what is the control of the agricultural sector. I remember, this is some years back, there was a delegation from the top sort of ag industries in South Africa coming to a country in this region. And the head of the delegation was asked afterwards, would you recommend South African companies investing in this country? And he said, no way. I will never recommend any private sector to invest in this country, because there's a big difference. In South Africa, private sector farmers wants to be close to government because they get support. Government wants to support private sector farmers, etc., to grow. While in this country, farmers wants to be as far away, especially commercial farmers, as far away as possible from government. It's a strong indicator of how the investment environment is in some countries. So I think we can the issue here is that we can find many good examples of policies that works, but we can find opposite policies in other countries that also works. So there's no sort of one solution for everything here. There's different contexts. I think what we are looking at are those changes in those specific contexts. So again, sorry, I'm building a lot on your presentation. I should probably stay down there. First of all, agricultural transition hurts. We have not seen agricultural transition in any countries, I mean, you might correct me, that has not led to some sort of social displacement or shift in social positions, etc. So I think it's useful to think, keeping in mind leaving no one behind. But are you going to, I mean, to me, and I'm also a part-time farmer, to be a farmer is a skill set. Not everyone is a farmer. I know in Zambia, in other countries, we have rural populations that are not farmers. So it's a question, do you want to have agricultural policies, rural policies that lifts everybody up at the same time? Or are you going for to maximize your return rate from your investments in production? Because even in a country like Zambia, Chance is he's not here, but they did research on this, and I think some 40 and 50% of the farmers out there are net buyers of food. And some 10-15% of the best farmers produced 70% of the food available in the market. So the best producing farmers are also important for national food security. In this process, there will be people that will be not so successful. And it's a question, do you put your money where you can get the best return rate, or do you want to distribute it to everyone? And here, I think you come into what the food system thinking can assist, because food security is not the responsibility of the Ministry of Agriculture alone. That would not happen. And what we see is that we have policies and programs now that actually can address those that are unfortunate and cannot be productive, like productive safety net programs, social programs, etc. That will be the buffer. At the same time, and this is studies from home in Zambia, that farmers that are in a commercial cluster or living closer to a commercial farmer, they have higher yields. They are better farmers. They have the infrastructure, they have access to inputs, etc., and services. But it's a dilemma, and I think to spread money thinly you will get a different return rate in an agricultural transition. So I think if I can just have that final thing on, again, drawing on you, is I've been supporting projects on value chain for 15 years, and I'm gonna get sort of, I shouldn't say fed up, but it hasn't moved, because exactly what you said, if you just go for input, output, and that's sort of the limit where Ministry of Agriculture are. A Ministry of Agriculture is happy when the produce is in the store and it can be sold. Who's responsible for the value addition of that? That's another ministry. Ministry of Industry, Trade, Finance, reduce of tax or importation of machineries, processing, etc. So what we are looking at in Tanzania now is, okay, the value chains are important from an agricultural setting, but when it goes into becoming a commodity, with a value addition, the grading, the sales outlet down to the freezer in the supermarket where the broilers are, it's a commodity. So we are looking at these commodity compacts, that there is a national thinking on how do you want to use that resource. It can be a soy seed, it can be the poultry industry, to do get the feed systems going. So I think the question was, how do you think sort of in the next level, the next phase, it's all a learning process as you evolve, is to think differently on how the products from agriculture can trigger growth in the economy. And that's also workplaces that will be created. Thank you.
Great, very good. Some really interesting thoughts of how to shift the pathways to ways that would support the growth. Right, if we can move to Tim Robertson from the World Bank. So Tim, World Bank has played a critical role, an important role in many of the policies that Usman has spoken about from the 1950s. Can you give us some insight as to what kind of roles organizations like yours could play in future, and what you see as the potential pathways for post-Malabo? Thanks.
Right, thanks very much. Let me answer the second question first, for me. If we're projecting 20 years in advance, and the next Usman is making his presentation, I suspect that, well, I hope that the presentation would focus on 3 additional things. The first is jobs. How many jobs have we been able to create in the agricultural sector? And I think we'd also not use the word the agricultural sector. I think we'd use the words agriculture and food sector. And we'd focus on the number of jobs, and we'd focus on the quality of those jobs. And if you look at developing countries, some of the best quality jobs are in the food sector. And we are doing ourselves, I think, a disservice by not capturing the fact that we generate good quality jobs, especially for young people. And I hope that's part of the dialogue in 20 years. And the second point I think that's also being reflected is that we will have new ways of working. We face enormous challenges. I hope that our research institutions find new ways of working so that they can accelerate access to the technologies that prevent farmers being too badly damaged by the diseases that are likely to emerge over the next 20 years. I hope that our politicians and our humanitarian focused agencies work together to reduce the time that it takes from a shock to be identified, from a response to be implemented. I hope that we, as was expressed yesterday, see a better way of politicians and technical people sitting together and agreeing what the agenda is for the future in terms of policies for the agricultural sector. And the third area, I think, is a deeper insight into the public policy debate that you raised. I think governments, so the natural structural challenges that African agriculture face in terms of soil health require a new vision and a new understanding. It doesn't operate within a 5-year political cycle. It requires governments to accept that they need to reach beyond that 5-year cycle, and that subsidies are repurposed in a way that can really help protect the natural resource base, and that policies are, I think, as was highlighted, are reflecting the opportunities, the great opportunities that exist within climate financing, but also recognizing the contribution that small farmers can and will play going forward, and providing them with the right incentives, the right sets of tools for them to be able to contribute and provide value addition to the sector. So those are the 3 areas in which I hope we're talking about in 20 years in more detail. You know, what role is the bank going to play? I think that for us, we have a new president who's setting out a bold vision and a bold agenda. You know, positioning ourselves around the challenge of jobs, especially on this continent, that is a priority. What can we do to work with our client governments to strengthen the focus on jobs? What can we do to support the challenges that we face in terms of climate change? And maybe this is more a personal perspective from me, but I think working closely with ministries of agriculture and especially ministries of finance to change the equation and change the perspective of what food and agriculture mean. Because I think the 10% target is a great target, but in fact, as many people have said, it's about the quality of expenditure. And if I'm talking to a Minister of Finance or the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Finance, they want to know about the efficiency, effectiveness, and the impact of their expenditure. And I think collectively, we need to move the ministries of finance from their current equation in terms of how much is allocated to the agriculture sector to a different equation and a different perspective, so that they're really seeing the value of what we're bringing, both economically but socially and in terms of employment. Thanks.
Good, thank you. So, Prof. Jean-Jacques Bongigabe Mahunda, you're the regional manager of Eastern Southern Africa for AGRA, and you provide advice to governments on food systems and have been quite vocal in advocating for fixing Africa's food systems. And the recent Africa Agriculture Status Report puts forward a number of solutions that could be tested or seen as solutions. What kind of advice are you giving to governments in the post-Malabo planning period? And what do you think the priorities are? Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for the opportunity. And congratulations, Usman. It's always good to listening to you. In fact, you've actually responded to any question that might be asked in this session. I think ours is just to add a few areas. Otherwise, it was a very comprehensive one. Now, you're right, Prof, to asking that question. And I'm very glad that Usman's presentation confirmed my assumption And I'm glad at least this session is also talking about positive aspect of the agri-food sector in the continent. We spent a lot of time in the last 2-3 days talking about challenges, issues, lack of progress and so on. But I'm very happy with the conversation going on here, because I'm one of those people who believe that our continent is heading the right direction. One thing is to hit the targets, the CAADP commitment targets, but you can hit them doing the wrong thing. So I would rather miss the targets, but while being in the right direction and doing the right thing. Now, as you asking me to comment on, Prof, it's true. My organization, AGRA, does a lot of work, not only advocacy, but also investment, targeting, addressing systemic bottlenecks in the food system, the agri-food system broadly, not only at the policy and institutional level, but we do also downstream investment that address the actual farming systems, the issues that Odd was talking about, fixing market failures, access to input, inclusive finance, and so on and so forth. So we try to do the right balance between building institution, building state capability, and supporting policy reforms, while also proving that models of downstream delivery can be working, because I believe that the right way of making sense of CAADP is actually to drive transformation at the ground. So it's actually an accumulation and the consolidation of the result from the actual delivery that helps us make progress as far as the different CAADP commitment areas are concerned. And I believe the report we just mentioned, which was published during the last AGRF summit, is already proposing a number of solutions and really some good proposals inside there. And I would encourage participants here to download it. It's a free access on the website. And I'm glad also that a number of people contributed in drafting that report, including Dr. John Ulimwengu, are sharing ideas in this conference. Now, straight to your question, let me probably add two things without repeating what the others have said. Number one, as we think about accelerating implementation between now and the end of the current CAADP Malabo, but also looking at the theme of this particular CAADP PP summit on operationalizing the FCTA, we have a huge opportunity here. And I think Usman alluded to that. And this is a point I really want to emphasize probably as I respond to your question. What we're trying to say here, and what I believe personally, I've also been around for some years looking at what is happening. If there's anything that we can do different as we replan for the next post-Malabo roadmap, is actually to try and integrate existing different frameworks. This theme of this year about operationalizing IFCTA in the context of CAADP is a very good step. I'm of the view that we cannot afford as a continent continue doing implementation in a siloed way. If we align the implementation of the IFCTA, which is addressing actually the trade issues, the infrastructure issues, with the CAADP, which is a framework that helps us drive productivity and production, including even other existing frameworks in the continent, such as the Program for Infrastructure Development, PIDA, the STIZA, which is on focusing on technology and innovations, and many other flagships that are embedded in the Agenda 2063. If we are able to integrate those and design programs that bring together productivity, infrastructure, of value addition, innovation, technology, like Usman said, that's the best way we can double down on investment and double down on production and double down actually on achieving the critical CAADP commitment. To me, really bringing together frameworks that support productivity increase, a framework that helps access to regional, domestic, and global market, which is the IFCTA that we already have here, but also programs that boost infrastructure development is the best probably way of moving down, building from what we have learned as a we implemented the CADAP for the last 20 years. The last point, Prof, I want to pick up from where the colleague from the World Bank has just stopped. I believe as we roll out the remaining period of the current CADAP Malabo framework and the replanning for the next roadmap, it's so critical that we take into consideration the emerging trends. And one of them, I fully agree with you, is the youth, the gender, employment gaps that exist in the continent. If you look at the population structure 20 years back when the Maputo Declaration was done and now, it's totally different. So we cannot think about another generation of a post-CADAP framework that doesn't take into consideration the youth employment aspect. So some of you might be aware that we recently, as AGRA, launched a new partnership with MasterCard Foundation that is really aiming at creating an environment and strengthening the gender and youth entrepreneurship ecosystem with a commitment to create 10 million work opportunities for young people in the next 5 to 7 years. We have been given resources to that. We're looking at the models that can actually help us reach that. And I believe any framework moving forward has to take into consideration that particular trend. Somebody also on this panel mentioned about the opportunity to leverage on the digital technologies, the AI you talked about, Usman, and the data solutions. Yesterday, maybe as I close, when Dr. Bahigwa was presenting the performance of the countries in the last BR report, I kept thinking about the data systems. And from my experience, even the work we're doing in the countries we support, every time we provide the support for collecting quality data and data analytics, you see an improvement in the next score for specific countries. So some of this lack of progress we're seeing on the score here is also capacity for generating, analyzing, and interpreting quality data. So moving forward, you can leverage on those technologies and make sure, and I agree with you, Usman, there are progress on the ground that we're not reflecting the BR report. And the major reason behind that is actually capacity to generate and analyze and consolidate the quality data. And my organization will be happy to continue investing in that area. And lastly, Prof, I'm taking much time. Some of you know that there is the COP28 meeting coming. So my organization has been working with most of the government in Africa to make sure that we bring the food systems conversation at the center of the COP meeting in Dubai in the next 1 month, so to say. And this is happening. I mean, it's just amazing that for the first time, a COP meeting is going to be discussing food systems. And the reason I'm saying this is that this creates a huge opportunity for our countries, our government, our organization to access adaptation funding. So I'd really, really encourage all of us to support our national governments to show up well and make sure that we have value proposition that can actually help us mobilize more resources and implement the ambitious agenda we're talking about today.
Great, thank you. One of the things that's fascinated me through the journey of CADAP is the willingness to adapt and to include the different elements as our understanding of the CADAP agenda, food security, the importance of nutrition, and now our food systems develops. And so each of these iterations requires an adaptation of the CADAP process, and CADAP has really managed to keep all of that and to include these different components, enriching the original framework quite deeply. But Mr. Bernard Mumba from the Ministry of Agriculture of the Government of Zambia, some of these are challenges for countries to keep up with. And one of the things Zambia has recently done is conducted a food systems analysis of your country. So taking into account the added agendas to the agricultural and food development agenda. Can you give us some examples of what Zambia is doing in terms of addressing the CADAP agenda and where you currently stand. So Oda's given away one of your prize examples of the seed. Can you give us 2 more? Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. And I also wish to join other speakers that have congratulated the presenter for the keynote presentation, because I think it was very refreshing, for us to look back where we're coming from as a continent and what sort of interventions have been implemented in the past, so that we know what pitfalls to avoid as we go forward. I think that was very, very important. So in terms of Zambia vis-a-vis performance under the CADIP framework, first of all, I wish to highlight the importance of good policy and institutional frameworks for the development of this of the agenda. So as a country, we've gone through policy reviews to ensure that we create a conducive environment for private sector development, but also for other non-state actors to play their role in agricultural development. Then coupled with that, we just a few years ago, we developed the 8th National Development Plan, which is which sets the national agenda for development in various sectors. And also currently we've been doing a process to update our agriculture investment plan. And I'm glad to mention that I think we're trying to look at new approaches of developing the sector. So once that plan is rolled out, I think a lot of member states of the African Union will note that I think we've tried to be as innovative as possible so that we do things differently. Because I think we've developed successful, investment plans in the past, but I think we realize that there's certain things that we need to do differently for us to make, the difference that we want to make in the sector. Then, in terms of public expenditure or just generally finance to the agriculture sector, I think over the years we've seen an improvement in terms of budgetary allocation to the sector. Although we've not met the 10% commitment under the Malabo Declaration, what we've seen is that because of the improvement in the fiscal discipline, particularly related to the last 3 years, we've seen that when we plan, we prepare annual budgets, we actually receive those monies that have been put in the budget. But the big question is that how can we improve the quality of the expenditures that we are incurring? As you know, one of the big expenditure lines for Zambia is going towards the input support program. So the question has been, how can we make that program efficient, considering it's absorbing, quite a significant portion of the budgetary allocation to the sector, to ensure that we get, the desired results. And of course, we've started steps in terms of reforming the program. First of all, starting with the reduction in the cost of administering the input program, where we are trying to use digital technologies to be able to to enable farmers access inputs, as opposed to the traditional way of procuring suppliers and having them move inputs over long distances. So that is one step, but it's also been agreed that there's a lot more that we need to do, including the issue of targeting. And I think, referring to what my colleague from Finland said, in terms of the targeting, what we need to, I think, analyze the issue of targeting carefully to ensure that we target the right people. Because if we don't do that, then this input support program will just be another social welfare program, and we don't want to go that way because we have other, social welfare assistance programs that assist particularly the vulnerable in society. So we need to, I think, revise the targeting criteria to ensure that we give that support to the people, that can venture into agriculture as a viable commercial, entity. Then, in terms of market access to agricultural finance, we've been, I think, implementing as Zambia different financing, schemes, aimed at supporting small-scale, farmers. You heard the minister yesterday talking about the new scheme that we are implementing with support from the African Development Bank. Initially, that scheme was, designed to give partial grants to emergent farmers, and where government was, contributing 50% of the cost of the inputs, and then the farmers putting, the rest of the monies. But then, coming this season, we're trying to sort of revise that to bring in the idea of providing credit guarantees, where we want to work with private sector institutions who are going to provide the loans to the farmers, which are going to, to be backed by a guarantee by government to, to cover 50% of what the banks are going to provide. In that sense, we sort of also remove the public sector from, giving out loans, which we heard from, I think, from the presentation, which doesn't work. I think as countries we've tried this option before, where government is giving loans, and immediately people, the small-scale farmers, know that this money is coming from the government. The ability to pay, even if for those that are able to pay, is compromised. So we're trying to run away from that so that we let private sector, come in and, provide the credit. Then allow me also maybe just to highlight, some of the issues under inputs and technologies. I think there's a lot of research and development that has been going on, but I think the issue is the question is, are we doing the right research, or is the research that we are doing, demand driven? Because what you find is that there's a lot of research in seed, production, in post-harvest management and others. But then the uptake of those technologies by the small-scale farmers is really limited. So the question is, what are we not doing incorrectly because the farmers are not, utilizing the technology? So those are the issues I think we need to look at and see how we can, we can improve. Well, and then when it comes to extension service delivery, I think the ICT, there are so many ICT platforms that needs to be taken advantage of, so that we deliver the services, the extension services to the farmers as required. Because I think in the recent past, we've been steeped in the traditional mode of delivering extension services, where we want to put so many boots on the ground, we want to buy vehicles and all that, and in the end, extension service delivery becomes so expensive that we cannot manage to fund it. So why can't we use digital services so that we sort of upscale the services, given the limited human resources that we have to deliver the service to the farmers?
Thank you. So many you. Okay, sorry, when technology fails, we have to make a plan. So there's still many lessons for us to learn from the process, and thank you for the way in which you've outlined some of the lessons that we still have to address in terms of delivery on the ground. Professor Mandy Vamba-Rakuni is a development expert, and Mandy, you did a review of the 10-year lessons learned from CADAP and looked at this in a report that was entitled Sustaining the CADAP Momentum. Can you give us some ideas of your thoughts on how CADAP is going to move forward into the post-Malabo period? Thank you.
Oh, that one, yes. Thank you so much, Cheryl, for that introduction. And Usman, thanks so much for that wonderful presentation. And as Usman was going through the, in fact, for me, the nice thing, Usman, was that when you went back to start analyzing what has happened to us all the way back from the 50s, well, I was already around and old enough to head goats. I still remember very well how powerful agriculture was and rural people. As long as you had a good rainy season, you're going to have money in your pocket. But now we reached a stage. But then I suppose as CADAP kicks in 20 years ago, we start seeing some positive trajectory coming through. But on a lighter note, because on Monday, I made the mistake of making a public announcement that I taught my students only 10% of correct information, and the 90% was kind of lost. So at the end of the day, as I walked outside, about 3 of my former students were waiting for me, asking for 90% change. But you see, after Usman's presentation, I should have just argued with them that it's probably more like 40%, actually. That's correct. It's just that the truth changes. What Usman's presentation is testimony that truth is not static. What is true in the 60s changes. And I was in denial. As we're going into CADAP, remember, at that time, we were so happy that at least agriculture is back again on the books of everybody who mattered. But I was in denial that agriculture had lost the power it used to have because the situation has changed and more the urban cities have defined where agriculture is going. So that is basically, so I'll just start by telling you what I think is the future so that I can start by answering your question directly, because I love the fact that there's now focus on the food systems element. But I'm also very worried that if we don't handle that food systems element carefully into CADAP, it could be the trap. Because that's not, let me just put it directly. The food system is the trigger for an agricultural revolution, if we do it correctly. It starts with the food system because that's what links the rural and the manufacturing cities. But today, food is just a social sector for every government. It's about social protection. No minister of finance really loves to be put on the table to talk about the food system. So we have a lot of work to do there. But in summary, if we're going to go post-Malabo with food system as the central catalyst for the agricultural revolution we've been wanting, which connects us to manufacturing and cities that are viable, then I'm with you. But don't let us be conned into taking it backwards into a social sector. So I think the future, the post-Malabo thing, I agree with my colleagues that CADAP is going to be here for a long time. And there are lots of, nice things. In fact, one of the things that we would want to do even at the end of this session is just to group 3 of our recommendations. What are the things that we've done right that we have to continue doing? What are the things that we should immediately stop doing because they're not going to work moving forward? And what are the things we were not doing that we have to start doing? So this is the kind of thinking that I was having when you asked me this question. And I think that we should stop complicating this kind of implementation process. It's just too complicated for the countries. I'll go into a few details shortly. This next thing is, we should go off, and I think Usman touched on the macro aspect. We should push, and also OD, the whole government approach, because this silo ministry approach is really killing both agriculture and industry. Thirdly, it doesn't matter what we do, food is always going to be a national security issue. It's not about food security, it's about national security. There's no running away from it. So the question then becomes, and I think that is where I'm going to go with the main answer in terms of capacities of government to manage structural transformation. But I got just 2 final recommendations here, and that is the regional cooperation element. It has grown slowly over time because Africa is the largest economic grouping in the whole world. I mean, 55 nations is not a joke. I mean, the next big one is what? Asia? Yeah. So, and we're double size of Asia. So it's not easy to craft regional cooperation type activities, but slowly we've gotten better. And now I think even in this last few days, we could hear new ideas around that. So here is where I'm going to make my boldest statement so far. We all know China is going to be the actually the largest economy after the United States, right? Now, Africa is going to be the largest economy in the world after China. I was waiting for that. I wasn't going to go forward without that. But here's the problem. I've looked at a number of scenarios that I've seen out there. And for China to be the second largest economy in the world, they to grow at what, double-digit figures for at least 2 generations, right? Now, I've seen scenarios which are quite believable that Africa will be the largest economy in the world if we just grow at 6-7% for those 2 generations. In fact, if we grew at more than 6-7%, we will be the largest economy in the world before 2060. But typical us Africans, we probably sleepwalking into be the largest economy and we won't know it because everybody else is collecting data on us. So they'll be telling us, do you now know you're the largest economy in the world? And we're saying, really? Because we are not good at looking at those figures. So that's my worry. So here is the theory of change that I believe post-Malabo carries us through. It starts with the food system. But here is, for me, the single most important strategic issue that I've learned over the years as to, I never was a macroeconomist and I will never be one, but I can tell you I've trained myself to think that direction because it's the unorthodox process of structural transformation that Africans have to figure out. If we don't figure that out, and it requires us to study history of how every industrialized country has done it. And it's very clear, it's now very clear how it's done. Almost everyone is doing it. I mean, if China can do it, we can also do it, because in 1980, the Chinese were in bigger trouble than we are today. If those guys can do it, we are smarter than them, you know? We just have to put our heads together collectively and do it properly. The dual economy in every African country is the primary reason Why we still undergo unorthodox structural transformation where cities grow in population and yet there's no manufacturing. We have actually cities which are not viable. Why? The answer is very simple for me now. We have to have industrial policies that dilute the dual economy. We have to mass uplift our small family farmers into the manufacturing industrial processes as soon as we can, because if we don't do that, we'll continue having the dual economy. So here are some of the things that I thought in a post-Malabo that process would, how that process would take place. First and foremost, let's go easy on the NIBE thing, you know. If we say food systems approach, the small family farmers have been in the food system forever. They are the most established group in the food system. They've always been there. But when we study the food system today and examine why they are not being pulled into the modern part of the food system, it's almost like it's very complicated. And yet, and my professor in the 70s who taught me systems thinking, taught me one simple lesson. Complexity is not a characteristic of the system you are studying. It's a characteristic of the observer. It's you who don't understand it. The system itself cannot be complex to itself. Those small family farmers can do anything. They can supply any factory, they can supply any supermarket. If we revise our systems from education to farmer support systems so that they can be massively taken up into the agro-industrial system. So in summary, let's go for a massification approach in the next phase. And the massification approach is just three things: mass production of raw materials, mass processing and manufacturing them within short distances, 25, 30, 50 kilometers, not 100 kilometers away, and mass consumption of our own manufactured goods and services. The market is not a God-given thing. I know Western civilization pretends that the market is God. Whatever the market says, you follow it. We are being told lies. The market is created through smart policies and smart investments, and we can create new markets on the continent which can massively uplift our small family farms into a modern system. So, Cheryl, that's my conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you for the very practical ending to the conversation, Mandy. Estherine, does that give us more hope for celebrating? Hopefully. No.
Say something, I didn't know she was here.
It's too late. Thank you ever so much, Usman, and to the panel for your insights and for the discussion around where the future pathways in the post-Malabo agenda may well go. I think you will agree that they've put quite a lot of thought onto the table for deliberation and discussion from various different perspectives. So please join me in thanking the panel and Usman for their inputs. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's appreciate this panel again. Wonderful job. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Well, we all deserve a lunch break and a good lunch before we have our final sessions for this afternoon. We've got to make some announcements just before we go for lunch, and there'll be something on the screen, and I'll explain what happens when we come back from lunch. If you look at your programs, we have parallel sessions this afternoon, starting from 1400 hours. And we are going to reorganize this meeting room. So in the first place, you need to take your belongings with you as you go to lunch. So carry everything, because we're going to divide this room into two, so you don't want to lose your belongings. Now, when we come back at 1400 hours, there are two sub-themes. You look at your program for details. As you can see, the first is on harnessing science, innovation, and research to enhance food and nutrition security. That will be in B Hall 3. B Hall 3 is the room behind you there. The entrance is on this side. So that is where you would go if that's the session that you want to attend. If you want to attend sub-theme 3, which is financing agri-food nutrition through private sector involvement, so the first one is B Hall 3. Beg your pardon. That will be on this side. That will be on this side of this hall. This hall is going to be divided into two. This is side 3. So this is B Hall 3. At the back there is B Hall 2, so that we are not going to use 1400 hours. The next sub-theme 3 for 1400 hours, financing agri-food and nutrition through private sector involvement, will be in B Hall 1, which is the room behind this big auditorium. So you'd have to go outside, and the entrance is on the same side. So that is 1400 hours to 1600 hours. We'll have a 15-minute kind of transition between the sub-themes for 1400 hours to 1600 hours. So from 1650, you look at your side event, we'll have five side events. If you were planning to go to side event 2, as you can see, that one has been canceled. Side event 2 has been canceled. That's the one on contributing to achievement of food and nutrition security, inclusive stakeholder participation in agri-food local supply, organized by AUDA, NEPAD, WFP. That one has been canceled, so you need to fit into the others. Just note, side event 1, when it says B Hall 1, we mean the one behind here. When we mean side event 2, meeting room B Hall 2 is the one that will be in the middle when we have divided this into 2. When you go to side event 4, and we are talking about B Hall 3, it is this side of this hall. And now for side event 5 and 6, please listen carefully, because this is a bit different in terms of where we meet. If you are in 5, you'll be meeting in AG08. I'll explain where that is. If you are in side event 6, you'll be in AG09. Now, it's good that it is after lunch, because it's quite a walk. So you'll be turning to the left here, and in the foyer, you walk up to the end of this building. So if you want to know how long this building is, you have to go to the wall of this building, and then you turn to the right, and you'll find 8 and 9 adjacent to each other. So that is how, and you can ask the ushers. The ushers will help you. So enjoy your lunch, and please let's get to our sub-themes at 1400 hours so that we can manage the time well. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Can you